Good morning, council, staff, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, March 18th. It is 9 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting of the Policy and Strategy Committee to order. I would also like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We do have regrets today from Councillor Oikel. Are there any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? Mayor McLean-Weil.
I would like to acknowledge International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. March 21st is the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. On this day, we stand in solidarity with people around the globe, reaffirming our commitment to building a world free from racial discrimination, intolerance, and prejudice. It's a day where we reflect on the progress we've made, confront the challenges that remain, and reassert our dedication to fostering diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community. March 21st marks the anniversary of the Sharpeville Massacre in South Africa in 1960. On that tragic day, peaceful demonstrators protesting apartheid laws were met with violence, resulting in the deaths of 69 people. This event served as a catalyst for the international community to redouble its efforts to combat racial discrimination in all its forms. Here in the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, we recognize that the fight against racial discrimination is ongoing. We celebrate the rich tapestry of cultures, traditions, and identities that make our community vibrant and diverse. However, we also acknowledge that systemic racism persists, affecting the lives of our residents. As we observe this day, let us recommit ourselves to the work of creating a more just and equitable society. Let us listen to and amplify the voices of those who have been marginalized and oppressed. Let us educate ourselves and others about the realities of racial discrimination and its impact. And let us take concrete steps to dismantle systemic barriers and create opportunities for all members of our community to thrive. In closing, let us remember that the struggle against racial discrimination is not one that can be won in a single day or by a single individual. It requires sustained effort, courage, and solidarity. But together we can build a future where every person, regardless of race or ethnicity, can live with dignity, equality, and respect.
Thank you for bringing that forward. Are there any other announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? Councillor Reinhardt.
Thanks. I'd like to recognize members of the Wesley United Church in Petite Riviere who organized the annual Christmas in Petite outreach program. They collect donations at every Christmas in Petite festival, and this year's report just came in for last November, and they raised $4,500 during the festival, which will go out to local families and individuals that are struggling with food security. So it's a real community event and a great thing that they do. So we appreciate it.
Please send along our congratulations to that group and organization. Moving along in our agenda, are there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Would like to make one addition and one deletion from the agenda, requesting that we add under item 7, so it would be 7.1A, to be placed before South Shore Ice Storm Para Hockey, 9:15 presentation by the RCMP, and like to remove item 10.1, FCM Sustainability Conference 2025 update from Councillor DeLong, and we will be moving that item to the March 25th council meeting, and the report is included in the agenda package if anyone wants to. I believe the report's included. Do they want to review that? Oh, okay, sorry. So the report to come.
Are there any other changes or additions to the agenda? Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor DeLong, seconded by Councillor Brooks. All those in favor? Agenda is approved. Is there anybody here for public input? Seeing none, we will be moving around a bit in our agenda today to accommodate schedules and our presenters' time. And we will begin, seeing as there is no minutes to approve, no business arising from the minutes, we'll move right down to 8.1, Amendment to MODL Policy 74.
Yeah, we could do that one first.
Yeah. Get them done. We're making changes even more. I'm going to hold you for just a couple minutes, and we're going to bring forward the RCMP presentation while they are here. So moving up that 9:15 piece. If you would like to come forward to the podium, and please introduce yourself. And the podium does move up and down to bring the mic closer to your voice, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Is the presentation loaded?
Clarify that, yes, I think it is on the, we're more than,
Is the presentation?
on the desktop, there should be an icon for it, I do believe. I didn't bring it up because there were so many of them. Is it not there? Oh dear. I might have to bring it up.
Oh, I think it may be this one here.
Oh,
Yeah, move.
okay. Thought I loaded them all.
Yep. And if you could do. Joanne, if you want to share the screen.
Do you want to share the screen?
Are you guys sharing?
Podium.
They're doing. There we go.
You should be able to scroll with this.
Thank you.
Good.
I'm good.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. So we'll start with introductions. My name is Haley Crichton, and I'm currently the Executive Director for Public Safety and Security Division with the Nova Scotia Department of Justice.
Danielle Desjardins, I'm the RCMP liaison to Nova Scotia Department of Justice.
So we are here today just to present on the administration of the Provincial Police Service Agreement, which is the agreement that we have in place with the Government of Canada for services provided by the RCMP, or otherwise known as contract policing. So quickly, a bit of an overview of today's presentation, because there's going to be a few kind of groups of information that we're going to provide today. So there will be a bit of a presentation on the overview of the RCMP in Nova Scotia, just for context, then narrowing down into the Lunenburg district in particular, and then finally get to walk through the very exciting financial component of it. So we'll walk through that slowly just to make sure there's a full understanding of our administration of the contract.
Great. So I believe my piece is first here. So just an overview of the RCMP in Nova Scotia. They are the provincial police in Nova Scotia. I won't, just for the sake of time, I believe you all have this document, so I won't read from the slides here, but just an overview of the RCMP's public safety work is listed, as well as the total number of resources in the province. The vast majority of those are, of course, regular members. Those are your sworn police officers, and then you have civilian staff, public service employees as well, making up just under 1,600 resources in total. The RCMP in Nova Scotia is broken into 3 districts. In the green there is Southwest Nova, where Lunenburg District RCMP sits. They're overseen each by a district policing officer who is responsible for the management of each individual, I shouldn't say each individual detachment, but the districts that make up each one of those sections. And each one of those districts, for example, in Lunenburg County, is overseen by a detachment commander or district commander. And I'll get more into Lunenburg District RCMP in that second piece. I'll also add that in the division, the resources are overseen ultimately by a commanding officer. That is currently Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly. And yes, in the red there, we have Halifax District, and then in the blue is the last of the 3 districts, Northeast Nova. A bit of an organizational chart there, as you see at the top, we have the commanding officer, Dennis Daly, and then Southwest Nova there, you'll see in the middle, second from the bottom, there's 16 detachments there. They report up to a criminal operations officer who reports up to the commanding officer. And then you have the remainder of the primary structure of the division there. Beyond frontline policing, there are a number of specialty resources that support police operations in the division. This is a pretty comprehensive list. As you can see, there's quite a number of resources that can be used by RCMP detachments when operations dictate. You know, common ones are police dog services, the emergency response team, forensic identification. We also have a number of quite unique resources as well within the province, such as the Human Trafficking Unit, cybercrime, digital forensic services, kind of tech crime, if you will. If at any time you would like additional information about any of these resources, you could certainly reach out to myself or your district commander as well. We'd be happy to share more information about those. So beyond operational policing, there's a significant amount of administrative and operational support that helps those officers do their job on a day-to-day basis. The most visible of those would be your local detachment support staff, who are there to answer the phones, respond to walk-ins, deal with criminal records checks and the like. But also there are a number of resources such as human resources, financial analysts, IMIT, so your tech support type folks, training, and then of course your dispatch center, operational communications center, which answers 911 calls and dispatches for police. From the day-to-day operations with police and the amount of equipment that they would have on their duty belt to specialized tools such as drones and other intervention equipment that's more specialized. There's a significant amount of equipment and infrastructure that comes along with policing. From a real property perspective, there's detachments. There's also a few detachments that are in a more rural area that would have forced housing where members are able to lease properties from the federal government at a fair market rate, and that allows for that transfer of resources as they come in and where property may not be as easily available for them to live in the community. Of course, there's a significant amount of records and data management pieces. PROS is a records system, an operational records system, which is used on a day-to-day basis by officers and public servants alike. So of course, with Nova Scotia being with the vast geography in Nova Scotia, vehicles are quintessential to policing operations. Across the division, there's a number of regular police vehicles, but also specialized police vehicles off-highway to patrol our trails and in more remote areas. As well, there are marine vessels, given that we're a coastal province. And as well, the RCMP has access to air support, which is shared among Atlantic provinces and is based out of New Brunswick. The RCMP also has a training center located in Dartmouth. We're very fortunate to have that training center, which allows for officers to spend less time away from their regular duties in the detachment, less costs spent on traveling and incidentals. And just given the amount of training that they do need to take on and refreshing their skills, it's very useful to have that in the province. From an accountability perspective, the detachment and every unit within the division would have a annual performance plan, which is where they would work on priorities which are set by a police advisory board, but also would include other priorities such as from the province, national RCMP, and the division itself, also working on priorities for the detachment, which they may identify locally. The RCMP also has nationally a management advisory board, which provides administrative and business-like guidance and support to the organization as a whole. From a quality assurance perspective, the RCMP can be subject to internal reviews and audits, external audits as well of provincial policing standards. With the RCMP as a policing service provider, they assume responsibility for civil liability, labor relations, disciplinary matters, as well as complaints. However, there's also the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, which should someone choose to or not feel comfortable bringing a matter forward to the police or to the RCMP directly at the local level, they always have that option to file a complaint with the CRCC directly, or if they're not satisfied with the resolution, they can forward it to the CRCC as well. And in Nova Scotia, we have CERT, the Serious Incident Response Team, which will investigate matters of police misconduct or police interactions involving serious injury or death. So I mentioned policing priorities. This is a good graph to understand how the priorities kind of come into play for the RCMP in the province. At your local level, what you're going to see the most and what your detachment will be focused on are those municipal, or the priorities that are set by those municipal police boards. Those do feed into the local detachment priorities. They may also choose to set priorities for the unit itself, which may include things that the board may not have visibility on. It could be they want to improve some processes or want to make employee wellness a priority. Those also get fed into divisional priorities, and there's linkages there between the division's units, the division as a whole, and national RCMP. Provincially, given the RCMP is a provincial police service, the province, via the minister, does set policing priorities, and those are provided to the division to address and to advance. But also moving forward, the province will be looking to aggregate, if you will, those municipal priorities to help inform the provincial priorities set for the RCMP. And of course, off to the side, not to minimize it, but to highlight that it comes into play at every step in the process, those priorities should always be informed through engagement and consultation with communities. Just another pause here. So as part of this presentation, we were asked to provide some specific information in regards to Lunenburg District. They are comprised of 50 employees, 43 of which are regular members or your police officers, as well as 7 support staff. They're overseen by a district commander, a staff sergeant. Currently acting in that role is Sergeant Pat Frenette. They have 2 operations sergeants and 4 corporals who each oversee a watch or a team of 7 constables. As well, there's a number of additional units. We have 2 corporals that oversee other resources, such as the General Investigation Section, School Safety Resource Officers, and the Street Crime Enforcement Unit. This is a organizational chart which shows the location of each of the resources. So as you can see, they're quite spread out between the 3 detachments, Cookville, which is just down the street, Chester, and Lunenburg. The equipment and infrastructure in the district includes 18 standard police vehicles, both marked and unmarked, 1 off-highway vehicle, and 1 marine vessel is actually stationed, if you will, in the district. I mentioned the 3 detachments here, and then additionally, Lunenburg District is fortunate to have some support services directly working out of the district. You have the South Shore Traffic Unit, comprised of 6 traffic officers patrolling your 100 series highways and other roads to support operations as required. They're out of Chester. As well, the Police Dog Service Unit, also out of Chester. So just sharing this additional information that from a resourcing perspective, the RCMP does undertake analysis from time to time to determine appropriate staffing levels within a detachment or district. It contemplates existing data such as calls for service, so officers responding to calls for service from the community, travel time, so obviously the time it takes to move around and respond to those calls, the schedule and availability of officers. Lunenburg District will likely be having one of these analyses completed or at least begun sometime this year. So it's a very exciting time because we'll be working with the municipalities policed in Lunenburg District as that analysis is undertaken and moves forward. I believe that's it for my pieces there.
So just before we kind of move on, are there any questions for the operation of the police in the district, just so we can?
You mentioned that there will be this analysis of the workload. How often, how frequently is that done?
There's no set time frame. Previously, the workload analyses were, I would say, reactive when municipalities would request them for a policing review for various reasons. The RCMP is moving towards a more proactive approach where they hope to cycle through every district detachment every 5 years. And initially, Lunenburg District was selected this year based on a risking exercise internal to the RCMP, where they looked at various things such as the last time one of these analyses were done, caseload per member, and some other factors. So for that reason, Lunenburg District was selected for 2025.
Mike, just one more. When was the last one done?
I would have to look into that, but I would probably say 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, that was my question. When was it done? And is this analysis available publicly, or can we see what the last analysis came up with?
I can follow back up with staff to provide the exact date. At the time, it would have been shared with municipalities most likely. However, the methodology around the analysis has changed significantly over the years. So it may not be appropriate to share the analysis itself. Perhaps we could share some results, but that would also inform part of the I guess, final report on this upcoming analysis. We would include some high-level details about the previous analysis.
I don't see any other hands, so please continue.
Thank you very much. So now I'm going to move into the agreement itself. So often we separate, the administration of the contract versus the operations of policing between the Department of Justice and, of course, the RCMP as the service provider. So operational questions are usually best addressed to the RCMP, but we're always happy to answer administrative or financial questions. So I'll go through a little bit of the agreement in its totality and then narrow down into how Nova Scotia administers the agreement here. There's a part of this presentation that refers to MPSAs, or Municipal Police Service Agreements. I'll go a little bit quicker over that section just because it doesn't apply to you here, and I'm mindful of time today. So the RCMP provides contract policing services across the country. The majority of provinces and territories have an agreement with Public Safety Canada for contract policing. The exclusions are Ontario and Quebec. There are also 150 municipalities who are policed through what's called an MPSA, or a Municipal Police Service Agreement, and those contracts are directly between a municipality and the federal government, so the province is not involved in those agreements. In Nova Scotia, I'm already jumping ahead on my slides, but Nova Scotia, we have 5 Municipal Police Service Agreements. And there's also First Nations communities across Canada that are policed through using the RCMP, but through a different program called the First Nations and Inuit Police Program. Here in Nova Scotia, we have 8 communities participating in that program, 7 of whom are policed by the RCMP, and the remainder being policed by Cape Breton Regional Police Service. So the agreements themselves outline the roles and responsibilities for all parties. So the province as the contract service receiver, Public Safety Canada as the partner in that, and then the RCMP as the service provider. And so although the RCMP is not a signatory to that agreement, because again, they are a service provider, they do work with the province on the level of policing, budget, policing priorities. All of those things are established really in partnership between the province and the RCMP as well. These are 20-year agreements, so the last agreement was signed in 2012. So the current Provincial Police Service Agreement will be expiring in March 31st of 2032, and we're already in discussions with Public Safety Canada as our partner as we move towards that date. And I'd encourage, if anyone has any questions throughout, please just let me know. So we're going to talk a lot today about the cost share, but at a high level, as many of you may know, there is an amount of money that the federal government pays, for RCMP contract policing. So the federal government pays for 30% of the cost of policing for jurisdictions who have contract policing. There is a bit of a difference for those who have a municipal police service agreement. It's a population threshold, and once a municipality has that direct contract and reaches a certain threshold, the cost share changes to 90-10, i.e. the municipality pays 90% of the cost and the federal government pays 10%. So as I said, I'm going to kind of quickly go over that and not spend too much time on the MPSAs. But the contract is a 26-article contract. There's a lot that's in it, and we'll go through a little bit of that today. So I jumped ahead of myself. Here's the slide about the 5 MPSAs in Nova Scotia. So the one thing that's important for you to understand about this, though, is that while they have direct contracts with the Government of Canada, the province still does bill these municipalities for their share of the cost of the Operational Communication Center, the dispatch center, and for the very long acronym of DANCO, which is the District Advisory Non-Commissioned Officers, i.e. the higher level supervisory positions that are responsible for roles that oversee the division as a whole. The reason being, everyone, MPSA or PPSA, they're all utilizing these services. So we spread the cost amongst everyone, not just kind of allocated by which agreement. Everyone shares those costs. So the PPSA, a quick note on the financial oversight of the contract itself. So every year, the RCMP provides to the province of Nova Scotia what's called a multi-year financial plan. In other kind of areas, this would be called a budget request, especially in a municipal policing context. This would be the budget request or the budget report. So we received this annual report in and around June, and it has the forecasted expenditures related to the operation of the Provincial Police Service, so status quo increases with salary increases, etc. And it also includes the RCMP's determination of what is required to remain adequate and effective for policing across Nova Scotia. So we take this information in the department, we review it, we go back and forth with the division quite a bit for a number of months, and then we make our recommendation to the Minister of Justice in and around fall. So it depends on the fiscal year and what's happening. Some years, for example, there's a provincial election called right in the middle of that, so it becomes delayed. But around September, October is where that gets moved forward. If the minister approves, that then moves to Treasury Board, and then that follows suit with the rest of the provincial budget setting process. So in recognizing this year we were a little bit late, there will be communication from our office very soon with respect to the 25-26 budget for the RCMP, and therefore the recoverables from municipalities. What we do know is that our process does not align with municipal budget processes. So we outline it here specifically to acknowledge that it doesn't align timing-wise. Historically, when there has not been a provincial election in the middle of it, we do try and give municipalities an informal heads up, i.e. a call to suggest a certain range of an amount of increase. We did that last year and we felt it worked relatively well, i.e., we can't confirm anything until Treasury Board is approved, but at least we can share what we can in the moment to help for planning, fiscal planning. So right now there are 34 municipalities that are placed under the PPSA, so this process is the same for all 34 municipalities. And generally, the RCMP invoices the province in its totality. The province pays the RCMP, and then we recover from municipalities for those policed under the PPSA, and then for those shared services for those policed under an MPSA. So we are essentially billing for services for the RCMP. So I'm going to pass that top section is about the population thresholds with respect to the MPSA. And so I'm going to quickly pass by, but I'm happy to answer questions if anyone has any upon review later. But here's where we get into a little bit of the more nitty-gritty nuance billing for the RCMP here in this province. The way that the province administers this contract in Nova Scotia is unique to Nova Scotia. So what I'm about, in the following slides, this is a Nova Scotia-ism. We can't say why this ism was put into place prior to 2012, but we're going to explain as best we can, acknowledging that the province is currently undergoing a police review right now, and the billing mechanisms, the billing model, and the cost share structure is a part of that review process. So, as I said, the federal government is responsible for 30% of the costs of policing, and I'm going to put that aside. There's a number of reasons why they pay that 30%, but for the purpose of today's presentation, I'll kind of put that to the side. Of the 70%, the province does not recover all of those costs from municipalities. There is some parts of that cost that the province bears. So the easiest way to explain it is that there's two different kinds of services. There's the front of house services, which are, as Danielle discussed in her part of the presentation, those the sworn members are 43?
Yes.
43. So they're the front of house sworn officers that are policing on your streets. They're very visible. They have, they're in their cars, patrolling, responding to calls. So those would be your front of house service delivery officers. They're differentiated from what I call back of house service delivery. So those are the services that were in the long list in Danielle's presentation of support services that you don't see every day. They're brought in as and when required in cases of emergency. So those include things like the emergency response team as the easiest example, but cybercrime, major crime, all of those different support services. Again, you don't see them on a day-to-day, but they are in the background providing those services as and when required. The province only recovers from municipalities the costs associated with the front of house services. And what that comes down to in the math is that the number of resources providing those front of house services across the province equates to about 2/3 of the number of members we have in the province as a whole, including those back of house services. The province absorbs the cost of those back of house services, so we're not billing directly for them. So for example, if you utilize an emergency response team response for something in your community, you're not paying the salary or the per officer cost for those officers, my apologies, to begin with, but secondarily, we're not billing you for the cost of providing that one-time service either, so there's no cost recovery for that. And I apologize, but I'm a visual learner, so I will now be showing you the same information in two different slides with different visual formats. So here's the first one. So again, the 30% cost share from the federal government is in green to the left, and it's just put to the side. And of the 70%, that is the provincial share, you can see that we do not recover the 1/3, but we do recover the 2/3, which are the front of house policing services or the regular general duty policing services. same but different. Again, this is saying the same thing. The 70% cost share, this just reflects that the 1/3 is actually specific to a number of positions, that those number of back-of-house positions equate to about 1/3 of the policing strength in Nova Scotia. And so those are being absorbed by the province. And we'll move further into this, but I just want to pause here because, excuse me, historically this is a place where there might be a couple questions. No? Okay.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our guests a question, please. A few years ago, there was a pay adjustment made to the salaries of police officers across Canada employed by the RCMP. The cost difference between the contracted figures and the newer costs is not within the invoices sent out since. The current billing model has not addressed the newer amounts reflected in the current revised pay levels to members. Who and when will the imbalances be addressed? If the federal government is covering this wage hike, that's great. However, I'd like to address the uncertainty that we might get a surprise invoice someday, and it could be for an accumulated time, which would really throw our budget out for any given year, not knowing what the amount might be. Can you address that, please?
I sure can. So I can answer it in a number of different kind of streams. There have been 3 collective bargaining agreements since the RCMP was first able to unionize. So as you may know, legislatively the RCMP was not able to unionize. More recently, the change was made to the RCMP Act to allow the RCMP to unionize. The National Police Federation now represents all RCMP sworn officers at the rank of below inspector. So that first collective bargaining negotiation period took a very long time. It took 5 years. And during that time, the province did not feel like we were adequately consulted through that period. Our police agreement, the PPSA, does not account for the ability of the RCMP to unionize, so we were all moving into a period relatively blind altogether. But we did not feel like we were being adequately consulted through that period. So the province has taken the position and maintained the position that for that first collective bargaining period, that retroactive payment should be absorbed by the federal government. We have not paid that amount, and we have invoked the formal dispute mechanism with the federal government for that first retroactive salary pay. So that one's a little bit of a non-answer because we are now far past that. We are still in active dispute process, but I can say that there are things moving through the Department of Justice now to seek clarity on where we go, given that we've initiated that formal dispute process. Since that time, there have been 2 subsequent collective bargaining periods, and we have paid for the latter 2. The consultation process was very different for the latter 2 collective bargaining processes. Why it's not reflected directly is because we use a per officer cost mechanism here that almost, it's rank neutral. Everyone pays the same per officer cost, and we'll get into that in the slides moving forward. But you don't necessarily see the spike there because costs are balanced out amongst everyone who pays under the Provincial Police Service Agreement. They're almost kind of not nullified because they go up, but certainly tamped down a little bit just in the way that we do that per officer billing mechanism. So last year, for example, the province booked 3.5% for the collective bargaining process. We accrued that from our municipalities through the billing cycle. The result of that collective bargaining was 4%. We absorbed the cost, the additional 5% cost as the province, so that there wouldn't be an increased burden to the municipality, even though there was that difference in what was bargained and what was accumulated through our accrual process. It was a very long answer, but I'm hoping I at least answered part of it.
Thank you very much.
What I've learned with the RCMP billing is one short question is a very long answer, always. So now we're moving into the per officer cost, and that is what I was just referring to there. So how we come up with that per officer cost is relatively simple. We take the total amount of the RCMP annual budget and divide that number by the number of regular members, so the sworn officers, to come to the average per officer cost. And to be clear, the province pays the same per officer cost for those back of house services as the municipality pays for your 43 officers as well. And the cost per officer is the same for all officers regardless of rank. And again, we can do that because we are spreading the costs out over all municipalities policed under the agreement. And this cost includes everything that it needs to make a police officer. So when you're using the RCMP, we call it an off-the-shelf service. What you're buying is a totally put-together package of policing services, including the human, the radio, the car, the fuel to put in the car, the detachment, the lights to keep it on in the detachment, heating, plumbing, all of that is included in that per officer cost because it's an off-the-shelf service. For 24-25, that per officer cost was the $200,671. And just to speak back to the salary dollar, and we'll go through here, and we can provide a handout that also breaks down every single one of those per officer cost items in more detail, what exactly they all are. But it's not to say that an RCMP officer currently makes $202,671. Salary and benefits included in that, but again, there are a lot of other things that are included in that per officer cost to make it an off-the-shelf service. Also difficult to compare the RCMP per officer cost versus municipal policing, in part because of the way that this will sit on your budget. So policing services with the RCMP is almost a standalone kind of independent item because it's an off-the-shelf service, whereas when you're looking at municipal policing, there are some items that are included. I'm a hand talker. There are some items that are included in other areas of the municipal budget as well. So a best example would be fleet. So fleet in a municipality with a municipal police service might just be the municipal fleet budget. Policing is included in there. So we like to just have that caveat when you're comparing. It's not always apples to apples. Quite frankly, it's apples to oranges. They won't often compare, but we're happy to provide more information so that you feel informed in how you're looking at budget across the province. The second component is that shared services cost, which for 24-25 was $11,000 approximately, and that's that share of the operational communication center and those higher level supervisory positions that are for the provinces in its entirety. Every year the province also provides what we call a vacancy factor. So for all the hard vacant positions, i.e. the number of vacant positions that do not have a person attached to that position number, the FTE box in government speak, we actually apply a vacancy factor to your billing for the following year to account for those hard vacancies because we don't pay for them, so we don't pass that billing on to you as the municipality.
What is defined as a vacancy?
There are two different ways to define a vacancy. The first is a hard vacancy, so as I mentioned, that is a position that has been created but no one belongs to it, so it hasn't been filled yet. That could be that somebody transferred out of the division and there's not a plan to staff it yet, or it's a newly established position. More often than not, it's those newly established positions that we just haven't staffed yet. A soft vacancy refers to a position where there might be a member on leave. So any kind of special leave, including off-duty sick, maternity leave, parental leave, any of those leaves, that's referred to as a soft vacancy. The difference being that the individual is on leave, but they still own that box, so to speak. That position number is still tied to that particular person, so we call them soft vacant, just because there are some HR policies in the RCMP that are very different than in other areas. We cannot backfill those positions one-to-one. That's a major difference. There's no workers' compensation, for example, for our CMP officers, so they utilize a different structure.
Councillor Bell.
Well, on that, I want to go into a little bit more depth, okay? So if I'm running a restaurant operation and someone calls in sick, let's say the chef calls in sick, I need to call in another chef to work. Otherwise, I might not be competitive in the market. If that chef is going to be out for 3 months, then I, as the owner or the operator, I need to hire another chef to replace that missing employee. In the case of an officer being off for, say, a year for maternity leave, or an officer being off for 6 months because they fell and hurt their back or something, is a replacement officer brought in as a replacement to ensure uninterrupted operational coverage. Now, you've touched on leaves and transfers and so on, but the per officer cost that you mentioned about being adjusted for vacancies, if that was to happen, I wouldn't know that unless the CAO or the financial officer brought it to our attention that we were being budgeted or charged less money. But what I do know is my constituents expect boots on the ground. And when I have somebody suggest to me that a call is made and it seems like an unusual amount of time to respond, I don't have an answer for them. I just have to assume that any vacancies have always been filled to the best of your ability, and that if there is a delay, it's because other priorities are making your operation necessary that that delay happens. But how do you ensure me that vacancies are filled? Are they? That's my question.
So yes, they are. And I'm wandering myself over into operations here a little bit, but anytime there's a soft vacancy in a particular detachment, there is always overtime shifts that are given to fill those vacancies for those particular shifts, even if it's for an extended period of time. And we'll go through the per officer cost mechanism, but we do not bill directly back to municipalities for the true cost of overtime. So that ensures that the number of officers needed for that particular area or assigned to that area are filled for the shifts and their duration. What I will say is that for MODL in particular, this has also lent itself to the need to look towards a general duty police resourcing review to understand how many officers are currently policed here and if there are any resource gaps that need to be addressed. As you may know, and again, I apologize, I'm going into operations, but there's a cycle. If a particular area is understaffed, then you have the people who remain at work bearing the weight of work that's too big for them. And then you have those people going off, and then you have the people that remain behind, even bearing more of a brunt, and then the kind of cycle continues. So that will be an extremely important consideration as the RCMP moves forward with their analysis and as the province moves forward in our policing review as well. It's certainly an imperfect process. I'm not here to tell you that we've got it all figured out, but certainly there are significant efforts made to ensure that your communities are being effectively and efficiently policed, despite officers who might be on leave.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, just because you've kind of gone back to it, but that analysis that's coming up, you talked about a risk-gain exercise that was done internally, and you've just spoken about one thing that was identified that needs analysis. Is there anything more that you can share with us about that risk-gain exercise and what was identified that is leading to this year's analysis?
I wouldn't have that specific information, but at the time that we start engagement with the municipality, that can be shared. But like I mentioned, some of the things would be caseload per officer, year since last review. They might also look at crime stats from like CSI, those kind of things from StatsCan. There may be some other factors, and also there's management input as well. So given feedback that your detachment commander and district policing officer may have had from the community, they may also influence where those analyses happen and in what timing. But that information will be shared. We just thought oftentimes resourcing questions come up, so I wanted to provide kind of let you know that this will be looked at very shortly as opposed to some nebulous timeframe down the road.
So historically, the province has also covered any, the province has covered any overage billed by the RCMP without recovering from municipalities. So in times when the RCMP has gone into deficit at the end of the fiscal year, we do not come back to municipalities to recover any additional funds. We cover the cost in the province. We also do not recover from municipalities for exigent circumstances, such as the invocation of something called Article 9. Article 9 is the provision within the agreement where we can surge in resources into Nova Scotia from outside of the province when it's required. So the best example that we have right now would be in 2020. There was the fisheries dispute happening in southwest Nova Scotia. It was determined that the province of Nova Scotia did not have the human resource capacity to handle that emergency by ourselves. So we invoked Article 9 and brought in human resources and physical equipment resources into the province from elsewhere for a time-limited period of time to deal with that particular issue. And we were responsible for that cost. And then those resources obviously went back to their home provinces and territories where they're policing. So as I stated, the per officer cost has quite a number of elements to it. We will be providing this in a handout form because each one of these bulleted items actually has about a paragraph description of what actually is included in it. So you have a really good understanding of exactly what it is that you're paying for. So the first is of course, salary and pension with that vacancy factor applied to it. The next is overtime. So that's for the totality of the province. We do a forecasted amount for that overtime, and that's included in the billing. So it's spread across all municipalities in the province, which lessens the ebb and flow or the financial burden any given year because we can kind of use this forecasting methodology. Next is the accommodations program. So while Danielle spoke about force houses, accommodation actually just refers to any building that's utilized by the RCMP. So detachments are included in that, as well as renovations to existing detachment and rental payments for leased properties. There are a few leased properties across the province as well. Also included in your per officer cost is public service pay. So all public service employees are actually included in that per officer cost element. So that's all your detachment assistants and all the public service employees that work in headquarters as well are all included in that per officer cost. And the list is long, so please bear with me. The next is the police reporting occurrence, so the records management system utilized by the RCMP. Criminal operations, so firearms, ammunition, etc., that are included in policing. All of the vehicles that Danielle touched on and the ones that are utilized in this district. Informatics and communication, of course, vital to policing services, the use of radios and the computers in police vehicles, cell phones, landlines, etc. Divisional administration, so these are costs that of services that are utilized by the entirety of the division. So quite high level, but there's a number of them listed there. And again, with the handout, it will provide greater detail on each one of these costs. Just leave it there for a moment. More costs included in that per officer cost. So again, all this to say that there's quite a lot that's included because it is an off-the-shelf service, like I said. So all of these are necessary to ensure adequate and effective policing service provision, but we have created a per officer billing so that it is consistent across all the municipalities that are utilizing the service. And then at the bottom there is the shared services, as I said, the 911 and dispatch center, and those higher level supervisory positions. So it is a lot of information that's being provided to you today. What I will say is that both Danielle and I remain open and available to answer any questions at any time. So we'll make sure our contact information is shared. In addition, with respect to the Police Advisory Board, I'm not sure if a training's done recently.
Not sure.
Okay, so Public Safety and Security Division, we also have a training program that's been established specific for police advisory boards. So a colleague of ours, her name is Charcy Marchand, she's the Director of Public Safety and Policing within my unit. She comes out in person, usually with Danielle as well, to deliver in-person training to police advisory boards. What we're trying to get across through that training is the ability of the local advisory board to feel confident and comfortable in building and making priorities to set for their detachment, to have local issues being addressed by their local detachment. So it's a really good training program, and I'd recommend if we can provide that information forward, that you take us up on that offer.
Thank you both. Very informative information for us. If you have a few more minutes, we'll open the floor for any questions that council might have. Up first, we have Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. Quick question. How many vacant positions do we currently have?
Are you speaking about Lunenburg District
Yes.
specifically?
Yes.
It changes every day. Certainly, I could get that information from you. We do a reconciliation every quarter, so I would have the information as of January 1st with updated numbers April 1. However, through your detachment commander as well, through Police Advisory Board reporting and what have you, they may also provide that information as well. But it changes every day. It ebbs and flows for sure.
Yeah,
But
if I could get that information, that would be great. Thank you. Can we approach?
I'll get you just to come up to the mic where, for those that might be listening online, then everybody is able to hear you. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Hi. Just thought I'd save a little bit of time. Currently, we have no hard vacancies in Lunenburg District, but we have, as of this morning, we have 7 soft vacancies. I hope that answers your question. Perfect.
Would you mind just stating your name and position for those listening online?
Sorry, not everybody knows me. I'm Sergeant Pat Fournette. I'm the acting district commander for Lunenburg County.
Thank you so much. Is there any other questions or comments for our presenters? Councillor Smith.
I noticed on one slide that you have, that one of the services available, there's intimate partner violence case coordinators. Especially given the deaths that we've had in the area recently, could you talk about their role? Are they provincial? How are they made use of locally?
Yes, so the intimate partner violence case coordinators are civilian staff, which gets referrals based on occurrences of intimate partner violence that are referred by members. So I believe all cases of intimate partner violence are referred to these case coordinators. They would do an assessment. One of the tools they use is Odera, and I don't know the exact details of the acronym, but it's a way to determine high-risk cases where they can provide more access to resources and match the victim with necessary support. So they act as a liaison, and a conduit for resources. There's a handful of them. I want to say 3 or 4 in the division, and they have areas of jurisdiction. I'm not too sure where the one that would cover Lunenburg County sits, but they would provide service to the detachment to provide access to resources and supports for victims.
I'm not seeing any other hands, so I want to thank you on behalf. Oh, our mayor has a question or comment.
Just a question through the chair. On the assessment of the workload, the study that will be done, I just wonder if in that review, is there an analysis of the change, if you say it's 10 years, of the nature of the workload, given that in a general way we know that the nature of policing has changed, that mental health issues are much more prevalent, wellness calls. Does that all get factored into the analysis? And if so, is there a response in terms of the actual requirements for the nature of the specialties that might be offered, or the training that might be needed, or the realignment of service provided by the officers? I just, if you can speak to that, it might be helpful.
So short answer for the first part of your question is yes. The GDPRM, this analysis that's undertaken, would factor in the time required to complete investigations based on different types. So obviously, a mischief complaint would require less investigative time and time in general than, let's say, a assault investigation. So those determinations are made. But that is why it's difficult to share that analysis from 10 years ago, because policing 10 years ago would have been very different than it is today. The analysis focuses only on general duty policing, so those officers that are required to respond to calls for service. It doesn't take into account supervision or those specialized services. However, there is opportunity within the analysis to look at things like schedules. So if there's evidence to show that maybe a change in schedule is required to reallocate resources, or it would make more sense to extend the schedule, shorten it, move officers to different times, that will also be looked at as well. As for any specialized services, I think I know where you might be going to mental health calls, and maybe that would be a good opportunity for you to speak to that.
Sure. So the province is doing some work with response to the amount of hours that are currently spent by police officers in hospital emergency rooms with persons who have been detained under IPTA, the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act. So we are looking at strategies to limiting or lessening the amount of time that police officers are spending in our hospitals waiting. So that is something we are actively working on as a province.
Councillor Bell.
Sorry to draw it out. I just thought of something else that I wanted to ask. I believe we have a dedicated officer, maybe shared by the province, that mainly does highway patrol for the 100 series highway. In our contract with the province, are we able to ask for a dedicated officer that would do highway patrol in all the rural districts? Quite often, I think that there's higher priorities for our policing now, doing investigations and so on, that we may not be able to dedicate as much time as what people might think we should be for the old-fashioned speeding tickets or non-prudent driving, things like that. I quite often hear that we see the police driving through and they welcome that. Like the majority of people who are not misbehaving actually like to see the police driving through. But then I also hear that we seem to have a higher number of people failing to obey the posted speed limits. Is there something you can do about that? And all I can do is ask the question. But how do we address that? Through a dedicated officer for a particular service, or what?
The municipality can request additional resources. Traffic Services is a provincially funded team whose focus is on 100 series highways. However, they do often partner with local detachments to, they may set up checkpoints and what have you if there's been evidence-based information that shows that there's an issue at a particular area. Generally, they like to work with evidence-based information, and there is also a crime analyst who works out of headquarters that often provides that information on traffic specifically. So that being said, there have been, I can think of at least one municipality that's requested specific resources funded by the municipality for road enforcement. So definitely an option.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the things that we have done, I believe we have 7 units, which are the speed radar check signs. We're using them as an educational purpose now. But I do know that we have the records for the last year or so, and some of the records might be quite interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of, non-police initiatives that can be undertaken as a deterrent or to gather information. And certainly, the police would be happy to work with the municipality on that.
Seeing no other hands, I'd like to thank you both again for your presentation today and look forward to seeing what's to come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move down to item number 8, referral from Dangerous and Unsightly Committee. 8.1, amendment to MODL Policy 74, Unsightly Premises Cleanup Assistance Program. And we have Graham Hopkins, Inspection Services Manager, to present on that.
Good morning. I'll make this quick for you.
Well, I thought you might want to get it in now in case you have inspections to get to,
I
so.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
The Dangerous Unsightly Property Committee requested staff review Policy 74, which is the Unsightly Premises Cleanup Assistance Program. And with regards to the dollar value of the cleanup as well as how the money can be used. Policy 74 was created in October of 2017 and currently provides funding for up to $500 to be used to provide container, trucking, or other machinery and tipping fees for the cleanup. Staff have recently obtained pricing from a local disposal company and found that the cost to deliver a container to a bridge, we picked an area of Bridgewater just because the areas are different prices, and found that to drop a container off and take it to the dump and then return it again was about $1,300. So, and depending on where the cleanup is, the price will go up. So the committee that we recommend that we increase the dollar value to up to $1,500 based on renting of the roll-off container for residents to conduct their own cleanup has increased over the years. The $500 allowance will no longer cover the cost to use the container, preventing some residents from being able to clean up their own property. The committee would also like to expand how the assistance can be provided, as accumulation of garbage and debris is not only the reason for the property to be deemed unsightly. Recently, we've had a resident with a plumbing issue which resulted in an unsightly complaint. Allowing the fund to have been used to correct the plumbing issue would have resolved at least part of the unsightly complaint. The cleanup of the unsightly properties can be hindered by the inability to the property owners to afford the cost of cleanup. Enhancing the policy by increasing the maximum dollar amount and the types of work permitted will make the program more accessible to the residents. I'm not going to go through all the changes to the policy, but they are highlighted there. But April and I were talking last night, and we did look at 2 more clauses that may need changes from what you have in front of you. One of them is Clause 4, which states that there must be a sufficient quantity of waste upon the premises to justify a collection, and the minimum amount that would qualify for the would be approximately the amount that exceeds the capacity of 2-ton truckloads. So I'm not sure why it's there, but we're recommending that that be removed from the policy. The other one is we added this, and then afterwards it may not be as clear as we intended. Where the remedy of the unsightly condition may be achieved by means other than waste collection, a property owner may apply for financial assistance to repair or replace equipment and other services. So we suggested that where the remedy of the unsightly condition can't be achieved by regular curbside collection, a property owner may apply for financial assistance for conditions defined in Section 9, which describes it a little bit better. in the policy. Before we send this to council, April and I will go through, I'll make sure that it's, the wording is correct and that it meets all the accessibility standards as well. And we will be bringing more policies to the committee moving forward, including the dangerous unsightly policy, as well as bylaws and whatnot, to move along with our shared service with our building inspection as well. That's it for me.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Hopkins before putting the motion on the floor? Councillor Smith.
I was really surprised that there had been no applications for this fund so far. So I'm wondering how it's been communicated in the past and how it will be communicated going forward.
A great question. April and I discussed that as well. And many residents probably aren't aware of the program. So in future, what we're going to do as we have dangerous unsightly complaints and we send documentation out, we're going to include it with the package.
Councillor DeLong.
I'm really happy to see this coming to council, having sat on dangerous and unsightly last year. I'm still concerned about the issues that remain with interacting with residents who may be in a vulnerable position here. I don't know how to address that, though, and I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on it.
As far as contacting them, do you mean, or? It is difficult. We show up on site. Sometimes they won't come to the door when we're there. We do post. Orders have to be posted as well. So even though we might not be able to talk to them, we fasten the order onto the structure. So after we leave, they're well aware that, we've issued orders for the property. So if they choose not to do something after that, then, we've gone back a couple times and we've gone to committee and they want to make sure that we made every possible attempt to contact somebody. But we also send registered letters out as well. So if people don't want to interact with us, it's hard for us to do anything else. But
Yeah, I thought that the offer to, the previous $500 offer was in the letter that was given to residents. That's not the case?
I don't think it is, but I can confirm. I know we send the act and whatnot, but I don't think it is, but I can confirm. But
Perhaps by having it in the new letter, should this pass, it'll open up more opportunity for engagement to help people when they're at their most vulnerability. Councillor Reinhardt.
How is eligibility determined for the program? Is it income-based or?
it is, and it's based on another policy, I believe, April.
I can actually answer that. It is part of the policy there under Section 3. There's a piece that talks about the owner in an application has to first meet the satisfaction of the administrator, but it's income-based based on the policy for property rebate, the financial rebate program, so it's income tested through that threshold.
Is there somebody willing to bring forward this motion? Councillor Moore.
Thank you. To the Chair and members of the Policy Strategy Committee, I move that Policy Strategy Committee recommend to Council that Municipal Council consider an amendment to Policy MODL Policy 074 Unsightly Premises Cleanup Assistance Policy to increase the assistance amount to $1,500 and that the assistance not be limited to equipment or machinery, and hereby gives 7 days' notice of Council's intention to adopt.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bell. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Smith.
Can I just also ask that if this passes, that we also contact people who have letters, have already received letters and have outstanding dangerous and unsightly complaints, that they be notified about the program?
Just looking to staff for a second to comment on the legality of that.
The program is in place. This would be an expanded version of it. So you could certainly make sure that anyone that's in the process now is aware that there is a program, but you can't confirm that it'll be expanded until council actually amends the policy.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Burns. Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll take a brief 10-minute recess, and then we'll return with our 10:15 presentation following our break. So we're going to move to item 7.1, South Shore Ice Storm Parahockey, and we have Brian Swicker here to give us an update on that. Welcome. Welcome, Brian, and Alicia. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Feel free to adjust the podium as you needed. We just ask that you speak into the mic so those listening online and around the table can hear you clearly.
Okay, so we're just here to talk about the 2025 Canadian National Parahockey Championships. It's the first time ever the national championship is going to be held in Atlantic, Canada. And I guess this is just the agenda part. We're going to want to talk about the economic impact and benefits of the event, and the event impact and legacy, and we're going to talk about the grant request and then open it up to questions afterwards. It is being held May 14th to the 18th, and there are 7 teams across Canada that are going to be here. It's going to be BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, and Team Atlantic. Team Atlantic consists of, well, obviously Nova Scotia, well, all of the Atlantic provinces, but we have 1 person coming from Newfoundland. The total athlete and staff participation should exceed 200, plus all of the family members that are coming along with the event. The teams are made up of both male and female, and I'd like to just say all genders are here. The national championship is used as an opportunity for both the national parahockey team and women's national hockey team to scout new players to represent Canada at international events. I will say that my son is involved with this, and if he didn't get to go to the National Parahockey Championship, the first one, he wouldn't have been scouted, and he was actually the first Nova Scotian to be selected for the for Team Canada for the parahockey thing, and he's been going back and forth now for what, 2 years?
Yep.
Okay. This year's championship will be the first time a national championship has been held east of Montreal. In 2016, Nova Scotia was the first team in Atlantic Canada to play at the national championship. In 2024, Team Atlantic won the B division at the national championship, which was a big accomplishment for our team. Because a lot of people thought we'd be the underdogs, and we came out on top, so that was really good. It really goes to speak to the program that's been developed down here, and sitting over there is Dave Waters. He was the one who started it down here, and we are actually known across Canada. I speak to a lot of people in different provinces, and we're known across Canada as being like a big up-and-coming program for this, and it's because of that program that was started here in Bridgewater. Anyway, sorry to get off topic. In 2025, Team Atlantic will be attending the championship that's going to be here in Bridgewater, and we're hosting that. Okay, so the economic impact and benefits of this event. The primary benefits to this area will be 200 athletes, coaches, support staff spending on hotels, food, flights, entertainment, and personal spending. Plus, on top of that, family members, the rental of the LCLC, visitors from other areas of Atlantic Canada that would come to see the event, the promotion of the Lunenburg County Lifestyle Center, and then we are trying to develop a provincial team just for Nova Scotia, and we'd like to actually use them as our, like, what do you call it, like your home center. We'd like to use the LCLC for that too. Promotion of the sport to continue to grow the sport, and participants will see the area and extend days or come back to enjoy the area in the future, so.
Just as an add-on, the Best Western is the hotel of choice, and right now we've got 6 provinces who are booked at the LCLC, at the Best Western.
Okay, so the event impact and legacy. The Canadian Championship is used as an opportunity for the national para-hockey team and women's national hockey team to scout and recruit new players that can represent Team Canada at international events. Team Atlantic has a member on the women's national hockey team and has competed at World Championship, that's Hadley Frittenberg. Team Canada has invited 4 members of Team Atlantic to the national training camps over the last 2 years. One's Remy Ouellette, and he's from Moncton, New Brunswick, and Gavin Baggs, he's from Newfoundland, Logan Munden from Fall River, and then my son, Jishan Boutlier from Pine Grove, Nova Scotia. And these are just some images from the national championships. This one was the one in Ontario last year, I believe, isn't it? A lot of these pictures? Okay. Okay, so the event budget. You can see everything here in front of you if you guys want to take a look at it. But I'd like to speak to the fact that I'm one of the primary people that are trying to raise money for this event, and it has been very, very difficult. When I go to different big businesses, national businesses, local businesses, a lot of the people want, everyone talks a talk about helping people that have different disabilities or that, like inclusion and diversity and things like that. But when it actually comes through to follow through, I find that we're not getting a lot of follow through with any of the businesses. I'm a regular at the LCLC. I'm there all the time. I see posters that are up at the events and all of the people that are donating. We will go to all of these same people, and it's disappointing, the follow through that we get. No, people don't want to help para athletes as much because there's not the recognition for, some people even will ask us, like, what is para hockey? But Atlantic Canada is actually putting para hockey on the map we're known actually for lately for bringing so many good, talented people to Team Canada, to all these events, and we're starting to get a name out there for that. But what we really need right now is the support and the backing, because we can do as much as we can do to support our players and do everything we can for our players, but we need the community to come together and we need businesses to come together to help us with the follow through for that. And that's what we're really we're hoping the municipality will help us with that. The grant request. The local para hockey team, South Shore Ice Storm, is the sponsor of this year's championship, and we are requesting assistance from both the town of Bridgewater and MODL. We are asking and hopeful that the municipality district of Lunenburg will help us out with $18,000, and we're hopeful that the town of Bridgewater will also assist in that. This can be financial assistance, and that's what we're hoping for, but some in-kind things might be helpful too. Even assistance with maybe some breaks in cost for our ice time, that could help out. That's not a cost that you have to technically give us, but how do I put it? It's more of an in-kind thing. If you want to go ahead and, I guess that's it. If you guys have any questions you'd like to ask, or.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I see some hands, if you're willing to take questions and comments. Councillor Bell.
When I was looking at the chart that you had up there with your expenses and income, I see there's $8,000 for admission. Are you charging $1,000 per team that comes?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Are you charging anything at the door for spectators that want to go in?
That's an excellent question. It's one that the committee has tossed around, and we talked about it quite a bit. What we're trying to do is trying to promote the sport and to expose it to as many people as possible. And if we felt charging admission would draw back on the number of people that would come to the event, and thereby having less exposure. And what we're trying to do is grow the sport. So charging admission, we felt, would be detrimental in both areas, exposing and growing.
And I'd like to add to that too, if I could. Part of the joy that the teams get is filling the stands and having lots of people there to cheer them on. And it makes the players and the athletes feel bad, all of the work that gets put into these and all the practice, if people aren't showing up to watch and cheer on. So we do want to make this financially accessible, that everybody in the community can come, whether people bus people in from schools, whether it's from nursing homes, whether it's different parts, maybe people that might not get out to sporting events. We want everyone to be able to come to this event and to not have the financial burden of saying, well, we'd really like to take you, but kids or whoever, we can't afford that. We want to fill the stands, not only for the community, but for our players. They've come a long way to have this event, and they want the excitement. And if the stands are empty, it's not a very nice feeling, so we want to fill those stands.
Thank you for the question.
Councillor Brooks.
I just want to say thank you guys very much. As someone who grew up playing hockey all over this province, I appreciate how important hockey is, and I love that this is giving, that continues to give that opportunity to other people, and I understand how difficult ice time is for everybody, and so this is really great. I also love the intersectionality of people coming to our community and seeing our community, so thank you. I appreciate your presentation. I will be supportive of it.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up to that, I'm an Air Force brat, and my father was stationed just outside Montreal. I played junior hockey in the Montreal area, and I was only exposed to para-hockey because of my grandson, and I went to some of his games, and from a hockey perspective, para-hockey is a sport that requires much more skill than regular stand-up hockey. It's a tougher sport. I can't believe these kids as to really how good they are, and if they were stand-up hockey players, they'd be in the NHL.
And when you think about it, in our area, just in Nova Scotia alone, we have Hadley Frittenberg that's on the women's team. We have Logan Munden, who is a next gen for Team Canada. And then we have my son, Jishan Boutlier, who is a next gen. So when you think about the big Team Canada event that was held with all the stand-up people, there was Sidney Crosby and all that stuff, and they get all this fanfare and stuff like that. Well, we have 3 youth in our province right now fighting for ice time and fighting to be able to play and do all the stuff, but there's not the same recognition for para, and we want to, first of all, we want to put Nova Scotia on the map for para hockey, and we're doing a really good job of that right now, thanks to the program that we started, because South Shore is the strongest program in the whole province, so Dave Waters needs a big thanks for that. But we don't get our players don't get the recognition that stand-up do, and we're working really hard to do that. That's the reason we have nationals here, and we want to put Bridgewater on the map for hosting that, and we also want to bring back the bigger events, the Team Canada ones, because they tend to go in areas where your players are. Like, so say Jishan and Logan both make the team, we might get that big national cup event back here because they like to go to these things. So the more successful this event is, the more it puts us on the map and the more events like this we're going to have. And by us starting a Team Nova Scotia and having LCLC as our home ice, that's going to bring more people, more business, more dollars, and it's going to put us on the map for para hockey.
Councillor Smith.
I love that the sport is co-ed.
Yes.
Is that the norm throughout para hockey, or is it just certain divisions?
It generally, it's co-ed until you get to the national level. And the national level has men's and women's, but the men's team actually, they say it's a men's team, but it's a mixed gender team, because some women actually do go on to play for the men's team as well. And the reason they do that is because, again, the difference in opportunity and money. Like right now, when you look at Hockey Canada, there's the men's team that's at the top, and then you get the ladies team that's next down. I call it the stand-up men's and ladies, and then it goes to para, in basically in order of importance. And then the men's para team gets funded more, and then the ladies team doesn't get funding. Like, they have to pay a lot of their way to do a lot of things, so the men's team will take some of their top females to give them more opportunity. So, but generally, like, the provincial teams are all genders. I don't like to say men's and women's, it's all genders. So.
And just speaking locally here for the teams here in Bridgewater, we have 2 tiers. We have and I don't know what they call the lower tier.
Tier 1.
Tier 1, and then we have the team that goes to different tournaments and stuff, the
High performance.
high performance. We have here male and female. Matter of fact, we have a gentleman who joined this year who's 60 years old. So it's open to everybody. You know, we don't turn away anybody.
And it's all ages, all genders, and even if you financially you can't afford to join, we will waive entrance fees, and if you can't afford to play, that's not an excuse to not play. We will make sure that you can play.
Councillor Bell, then Councillor DeLong, then Councillor Reinhardt.
I want to compliment you on thinking that you can do this, because quite often I find here in the Maritimes, we allow other parts of Canada to take these conventions or tournaments because we think we can't do it. And it's such an economic value when you bring this group of people into the area. As you briefly mentioned, there's meals, there's lodging, some may rent vehicles. There's such an economic spin-off. And I think we need to move that into the thing as well when we're considering this. Now, a question I had in your slides, I might have the figure wrong. I think there was like $11,600, and it says legacy. But can you explain to me what you mean by a legacy? Is this something that stays behind? Is this what you felt it was important enough to put into your budget? Can you just explain it to me?
Certainly. It was twofold. It's contingency and legacy. And the contingency part is things that may pop up that we haven't planned for, that we need to spend money on. But the biggest part is the legacy one. And it goes back to what Alicia was talking about. That's funding that we want to stay here in our local program to help support those that don't have the financial means to be able to play the game, so that we have the sleds there for them. We have the sticks for them. We have stuff there for so that they can come and play, even though they may not have the financial means to support it on their own. So that's what that's for, to continue to grow our program here.
And then I'd like to speak too on this as a mother of a para-child and who has children with disabilities. I have 3 kids with disabilities. I'm out of 4 in my house. The cost of having a disability or a parent with a child with a disability is so great. So when your son or daughter plays stand-up hockey, they need skates and the regular kit. Well, our para players need a $1,500 sled, and that is not financially feasible for a lot of people. So our program locally has worked super hard with either grants or fundraising or the events that have been brought here in the past, like when we've had the different para cups, there's been a legacy portion, and that money has been used to buy equipment so that way nobody gets left out of the sport.
That's very noble of you, and I like the fact of your inclusiveness that you've already mentioned.
I think everybody should have the chance to play a sport, and there's only so many sports that are available for, especially in our area, for anybody that's got a disability. So we just want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to play sport that wants to. And we have so many different levels of disability. Like we've had players that required being pushed in sleds and need different support, to all the way up to people that are with Team Canada and everything in between. So we just want to make sure the support's there, and that the that we're always going to have funds there to continue allowing people with disability to be in sport. I know Shishen right now, the only sport that he can do around here is para hockey, because it's the only one that's really developed. We'd like to see more sport, but if we can't, we would definitely like to make sure that para hockey is grown bigger and better, and that everybody has a chance to play.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your passion on this topic. It's, infectious. Yeah, I just want to make note that Council is receiving a presentation on the Lunenburg County Accessibility Plan today, and it's really well aligned with what you're doing. There's, recreation through the municipality is becoming more and more accessible. So I love seeing how well aligned we already are with the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, you mentioned it might be helpful to donate ice time. Is that included in the in-kind donations in your budget?
It's not, but we have actually presented that to the board of the LCLC, and we've asked for a reduction in the costs of the rink to help us, because right now, honestly, we will have barely enough just to cover the costs, and that's including if we get help through MODL. But if not, we need to figure out ways to make this happen, and so we're hopeful that they might be able to help us with the price of that. Because there's other things that we want to do too, like when we have our local hockey event, I know that the two of us spend a lot of time fundraising for that because we want to make it accessible for all of our players and families to come down here. And in part of that, we provide food, beverage for every player that comes down here for the weekend while they're at the rink, for all of their families, all of the support people, so that way it's one less thing for them to have to pay for. And so we'd like to raise as much money as we can, or in-kind things, so that we could try to do some of the same stuff with the national players coming here, because some of them are coming from BC, and it's quite a large cost. So.
Councillor Hubley.
We have an LCLC board meeting coming up, and I made a note here to add it as an item to the agenda so we can discuss the ice time and hopefully get an answer for you.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
I think Joe Boudelier has sent a memo off to the LCLC, and I can't remember the manager's name there, but it was directed at her, I believe.
I just took note of his name, and we'll find out.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have one question about an item on expenses, EMS. Is that emergency medical services?
Yes.
Can you speak to the fee that is being charged for that?
I wish her husband was here, because he used to be part of EMS. We're required to provide medical services there. I don't know where Joe got the, I know Joe has been dealing with EMS, and I'm going to assume that that's the figure that he got back from them. I'm sorry, I can't.
Oh, that's
answer
okay.
any
I wanted
better
to also bring to your attention that St. John Ambulance Brigade has a committee in Lunenburg County that does these events for free. And I'm a member of it, but something, if you want to follow up, you might be able to have some cost savings in there. But they do the large events, concerts, Folk Harbor Festival, very large events, and it's something they do free of cost to give back to their community.
Well, maybe we can chat about that with
Yes.
you later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments? Councillor Brooks.
Just curious if you've tried to approach any larger corporate sponsors. Are Tim's somebody that ever gets on board with this?
Should we say this on camera?
Yeah.
I'll do it. We kind of dug ourselves a bit of a hole here because we have a local tournament every year in November. And what we deal with there are local merchants and businesses local. So when this opportunity came up to us for the national event, it was actually supposed to be held in New Brunswick. And we got hit with it in, New Brunswick couldn't field it, so they asked us to step in and see what we could do to put it on here. We decided that it would be unfair to try and hit all the local businesses twice in the same year for funding. So we tried to stay away from local business and tried to hit national businesses. Now, we've gone to Scotiabank, RBC, CIBC. We've had a gentleman who's dealing with Shriners, trying to get who supports the Shriners, what businesses support Shriners, so we can deal with them. We've dealt with Moosehead Brewery. We've dealt with Hockey Canada, and what Hockey Canada has come back to us and said, hope you guys have a great tournament. Best of luck. We're pounding on a lot of national businesses. trying to get O'Regan's in Halifax.
Bell Canada said that they usually only do the big events, but because they met Tyler McGregor and they were on the ice with them, that they would sponsor us for $1,000. Like Air Canada, they're going to talk to one of our people that are helping with fundraising, but right now it's mostly, we really only do big, huge events, but we really feel for you guys, so we'll sponsor a room for you guys. Like, it's smaller amounts that we're getting for stuff like that.
And to be honest, it's difficult and sometimes very frustrating. Very frustrating.
It's basically been a full-time job for me these past few months, I make phone calls, I'll make emails, and I do follow-ups. And say you contact 100 people, you'd be lucky if you get one person that gets back to you. So we're trying to change that. We want to put Para on the map, and part of the reason we want to fill the stands and we don't want to charge is because we want as many people involved in this event as we can, because the more people that are involved, the more it'll put para hockey on the map and the more people that might sponsor us in the future. So.
Councillor Bell.
The Ice Storm, is this your group? Is it or does it have charitable status recognized by Revenue Canada? Or have you ever applied for that?
And that's through the Registry of Joint Stocks?
Yeah.
We're-
Well, no, that Registered Joint Stocks would give you your society
Yeah.
recognized by the provincial government. But the next step then is to apply to Revenue Canada. Because of the program you're making available is being made for everybody. It's inclusive and you're not doing it for profit. So there is a long form application, but I would suggest you fill it out.
Yes. I didn't know about
Okay,
this, so.
and it's not something that happens in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Probably 2 years to take it. I've done it for other organizations, but it's a slow process. But once you get that status and you can issue a tax receipt, you'll find donations will come a little easier.
Okay.
All right, thank you for that.
Councillor Moore.
We also have a designated community fund program here that you can fill out and apply for and see if, and donations can filter through here. There is an administration fee, but then the tax receipt gets issued.
Okay.
And like Councillor Bell said, a lot of large businesses are more apt to donate if they get the tax receipt, so, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. We do have a designated community fund, but it has to be for a capital project. It can't be for day-to-day operations or programs, but if you were looking at undertaking a capital venture, come see me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you to whoever. I'd really like for us to look at that sometime to see if we need to make changes to that.
Yeah. I don't see any other hands, so I want to thank you both for your presentation. And while we don't make any decisions at the time of presentation, this item is coming up later on in our agenda today as a major event grant and will be up for discussion for council at that time. And I'm sure somebody from staff will be in touch to update on that.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move along in our agenda under staff reports and economic development. We have third sector enhancement, the food hub feasibility engagement results. And I have Tom Domazzi down, and if you'd like to introduce the other person with you into the mic, we'll await your presentation.
Not sure where it went. Let's see, final, probably food hub right here. Let's see. There it is. That one there? Okay. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Council. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having us. My name is Tom Dalmazzi, and I'm joined here by my colleague Gary Morton, and we're here representing Third Sector Enhancement Limited. And the one thing I'll say about ourselves is that we are a for-profit boutique consultancy firm that does it specializes in community engagement, facilitation, and these types of feasibility studies here that we're going to discuss. We are just coming out of a major project phase for the Food Hub feasibility project here in Modal, or I should say the District of Lunenburg. I apologize for that. And we're here to report to you some themes, some overarching themes. We know your time is limited here today, so we hope to keep things at a high level, knowing that a full detailed report is coming and hopefully another chance to discuss those results with you. I'm going to hand things over to my partner in crime here, Gary Morton, to start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and welcome. This project is a Food Hub feasibility study, and what we've been, I guess our mission is to, can a Food Hub be viable, beneficial, economic, and a social driver, and would it contribute to supporting the District of Lunenburg Municipal Food Security Strategy? As Tom mentioned, we're looking at, this is a as-heard report, an update from the engagement that we have done to date. Just to give you a bit of an overview of some of the observations that have been kind of coming out of this at a high level. In the beginning, there was, as we started into these interviews and engagements, there was a general misunderstanding of what a food hub is, the concept at all levels by most people, and uncertainty about what a food hub could do and how the benefits could be for the community. There's confusion with farmers markets, what's in it for me as a producer or supplier. There's misconceptions of how the food chain actually works by many people, regulations, and a simplistic approach to maybe the change that could happen. So through the process, as we're going through the engagement, we felt that there was a progression of the engagement sessions and an evolution, or basically a shift in the commonality of thinking and a new vision of what the opportunity maybe could be as people became more educated. The shift was in general support for the concept, and we'll see that as we're going forward. I'm going to ask Tom to just talk about these as-heard titles or themes that we came up with. And what we did was we basically took, the information that we've received to date. There's hundreds of kind of responses from the different things that we've had, and we themed them down into some theme areas that maybe could make it easier for you to understand what has come back. Tom?
Thanks, Gary. So the first thing I'll give you a quick overview on are the ways in which that we engaged the community. And so first off, we did do a digital survey that was live for a few weeks in advance of our community engagement session and for a week or so afterwards as well. That was promoted on social media channels by the municipality, and also I believe radio ads were played as well, and it was promoted on the Engage website. That survey had 60 completed responses, and the one thing I want to stress with those completed responses, it wasn't just a series of multiple choice questions. Each response really ended up being what I like to call a personal essay about the food system experience here locally. So we do have lots of data, some of which we've gone through at a high level, some of which we are still distilling right now. But what that says to me is that the people right now who have taken the time to respond really deeply care about the food system situation here locally and getting access to more local, nutritious and affordable food. So that target audience for that survey was the general public, a passive opportunity for people to access the survey and provide their 2 cents. The one other thing that I will say about that survey is that we did embed an educational element to that survey to provide definitions on food security, food sovereignty, what local food production growth looks like and means, as well as some different models of what a food hub could look like in its most stick figure drawing type thing. So I know Gary may speak to this a little bit later, but we're currently working with what is the correct term here, a visual an illustrator to come up and take those sort of stick figure drawings to the next level, because that visualization and education element we found has been essential to even have this conversation with those that have little experience with those things. Interviews. This has been, Gary's led the charge here, but we did 57 targeted interviews, and the audience that we were really targeting there were food producers, food processors, marketers, suppliers, buyers, local non-government organizations, and government representatives themselves. The rationale there is, these are the primary, trying to avoid using this word, the stakeholder word, but collaborators of the ultimate Food Hub project, if one were to go forward, and beneficiaries as well of the Food Hub concept. We also ran an in-person session not too long ago, and that was promoted on the radio as well, and on the Engage website and on social channels, and that resulted in having roughly 90 community members turn out at the Best Western to listen to a more in-depth presentation from Gary and then engage in some conversation. And we also, I think, walked home with I don't know if it was a full 90, but maybe 60 or 70 completed worksheets that were filled out from top to bottom. So I'm just going to scroll forward here.
Just go back for a
Yep.
second. Number 4.
Oh, number 4. I forgot about number 4. I did want to recognize the importance that the DAL Facebook and website, Engage website portal has played. I don't have the specific data from Sarah. Hopefully that's something we'll chat about with the steering committee tomorrow about what the response has been, but we've been keeping tabs on that, and there has been a lot of traffic there, and we just wanted to provide kudos to the municipality for having such an effective Engage portal where people can stay informed and you can remain transparent. We've heard from a lot of municipal staff that you are, a priority of yours is the community engagement and that transparency and discourse with the public, which we've tried to our best embed into the project implementation phases here. Anything else to say about that, Gary? Okay.
So what we did, as I mentioned, we took the responses, and we can actually deliver all the responses if you want in a report in the end. But we just themed them down to give you some general concepts, and then we put them into a little bit of a matrix here. And the matrix looks at the responses from the survey, the responses from that February 26th event, and then from the interviews. And what you can see is there's a bit of a shift in the opinions. So the surveys, you're seeing that the people maybe are just the general public out there, and the responses that are coming in there. The in-person ones were specific at the event. They had seen a presentation of what a food hub is and the response that came from that. Then the interviews where you're targeting more specific stakeholders. They're getting very narrow, probably in the comments of where they're going. So if we look at the general community perceptions, as I mentioned earlier, in general, there's confusion about the community about what a food hub is and who it will benefit, and that was pretty much right across the board, but not so much in the in-person event because we had explained it really well to people. Now, I could say that in this matrix, we could have X's in every one of those boxes probably from all the different responses, because somebody probably at some point responded something, but we tried to take the dominant themes and put here so that you'd get an idea. There's belief that the food hub could, reduce food miles, reduce imported food reliance, improve health, increase access to quality food. That was straight across the board. There was enthusiasm and skepticism that a food hub can have long-term impacts on the food affordability. So from the survey, that was stronger, and from the interviews, possibly that was stronger as well. And the potential to impact or on local food school programs, I think the interview, when you get down to the stakeholders, is they felt that there was an opportunity to be able to really strongly to do that. Enthusiasm could increase the food security, and you can see that there as well. A food hub should also include Queens, Shelburne, Yarmouth, Digby, and the Annapolis, so basically the south end of the province, and that was from the in-person interviews, and it did bring people in from other sides of the province. I think people were there from Digby as well. Funding should be a joint effort of all stakeholders, and everybody was basically strong on that. And And the hub needs to increase access to food for the most vulnerable populations. And again, that's a commonality there.
One of the things that, just on, while we're on the topic of general community perceptions, with the survey, one of the questions we asked is, have you experienced food insecurity in the last 12 months? And about between 1 in 4 and 1 in 5 people that responded to that survey, so if you think about 60 people, that would be just shy of 15 that had experienced food insecurity at some point in the last 12 months, which is significant. And that food insecurity being either they didn't have enough to eat, or they had some fear or anxiety that they would not soon have enough to eat or feed their families in a nutritious way. A couple other things I just want to throw at you while we're here is that a lot of the people in the survey, we asked them, you know, how do you define local food? Is it food from within the county? Is it food from within the region of the province? Is it food from within the province itself, Atlantic Canada, or national? And what we found was things really dropped off the map when it came to the local definition of local food after the province level. So even when you're thinking about Atlantic Canada, people's perception is, you know, something from Newfoundland or something from even New Brunswick is not necessarily local food, but there's still a recognition that we may need to supplement what is available here locally with other sources outside of that. The biggest barriers that people said were cost, limited access or supply of traditional local food sources, and number 3 was limited access to stores or markets, right? So that kind of is a bit of the gap that the community is defining. And the most difficult food categories that we explored in the survey were that came out were produce, number 1, meat and poultry, number 2, and dairy, number 3. Probably not a shocker to most folks here in the room, but something we certainly confirmed. Yeah, we'll get to it when we get to it.
Sure. So those were the general community perceptions.
Yeah, I'll scroll here. It's touchy.
So insights from local food consumers and buyers, and you can see that the predominance is over from the survey, the people that were filling out the survey, the general community, and access to affordable food to reduce disparity. Local food is not necessarily a cheaper option. And basically from the survey, people were saying that, and from the interviews, desire for broader access to diverse food options year-round, and ethnic foods, vegan, gluten-free, organic, specialty, and those were more heavily on the surveys as well. Expressed need for improved food literacy and food education initiatives. And, you know, here's almost a quote, I guess. I drive across the province every week to bring in products that I sell at my store, and I use it in my cafe, bakery. If I didn't have to do that driving, I'd be very happy. There's many businesses that are driving all over the province to pick up product that could benefit from a food hub being local. And do we need a food hub? Will it be beneficial for local consumers? Because it's a poor use of tax dollars. So there's comments on both sides quite heavily in some cases. And do we need a local food hub or greater focus on grocery stores carrying more local food? Break the monopoly. So there's people out there that want to change that, and that's a multi long-term process to do that. But you can see from the survey, these are from the survey results, and you're getting more, I guess, diverse opinions on some of these things.
Oops, I think I went 2 there.
Insights from the local producers. So as you can see over from the interviews, they're stronger from the producers versus the surveys or the in-person one even. But I'll just go through these quickly again. Beliefs there is limited land capacity to expand production, express need to protect agricultural land, the cost of land to grow food. Concerns over the price stability and the fair returns for goods sold. Producers need to get every dollar from their products. So that was a big concern for a lot of people. If you go through a food hub, would you lose some of those dollars coming back? Security concerns over the lack of viable long-term and permanent market facilities and options for the region. So that's basically people looking for stability in their farmers markets or their markets that they do have, some kind of stability in that, because in many cases they're from year to year it changes. Many producers lack an ambition to grow their businesses beyond their current levels, and they just don't want to necessarily get any bigger. So the opportunity to supply more may not be there from those people. Desire for increased access to wholesale markets and opportunity with other buyers. So on the other hand, there's people that don't want to grow, and there's people that actually do want to get bigger and get into more markets. Access to customers more than just 1 day per week. And that's the issue many people have with farmers markets, is that it's only open 1 day a week. It takes so much time to get ready for that, and you couldn't be open multiple days a week. Possibly a food hub could alleviate some of that situation for people. Without supporting infrastructures and greater market opportunity, farms will continue to scale back on their production. So one of the things that pops up is that there isn't the infrastructure in the region to support some of these things, which could be abattoirs, it could be processing, co-packing, any of those kind of things. And if you look at the agriculture communities that really are larger, the infrastructure they have the infrastructure to do some of these things. Without supporting and are there enough local producers to supply a food hub, and would it benefit the producers is a concern of people for sure. Tom? And this will go into the infrastructure a little bit more, but the need for small-scale food processing and value-added facilities, commercial kitchens, co-packing, there's a strong interest in that from some sectors. Strongly emphasized need for core local food infrastructures such as storage, aggregation points, distribution, and marketing. So systems to get your product from the farm or where it's produced or from the fisheries to a market. There doesn't seem to be, it's not as easy for people to connect up with the consumer from those things. Concerns there will be competition conflicts with existing food businesses from a food hub, and I guess those are have to be worked out and assessed, we're looking at that in more detail. The desire for systems to improve greater access to a range of locally nutritious foods, including availability, quality, affordable food, consistency of supply of food. Loss of local food networks and social capital, like closures of co-ops, buyers groups, retail stores, all these things have been changing over the years. Connections with other food hubs in other regions to secure supplies. So that's one of the big issues, is would there be enough food year-round to keep something viable? And could you connect up with other food hubs in other areas to increase that supply? And is that acceptable from people?
One thing I'll just add there.
Sure.
Just to add to that, and about this whole network of food hubs, is that you're not the only county that's exploring this topic right now. Other counties, and we've been involved in some of those feasibility studies, but really, the existence of a Halifax-based food hub does affect the feasibility of all the other food hubs around it, given that each region will be looking in some way to supplement, the food that they can supply, right?
And then the other thought was that government could provide, buildings and or land potentially to support something like this. So, and then the last one of the themes is a food hub would need, or is around food hub operations. So a food hub will need to have technology to remain efficient, effective, profitable, and transparent. And those were the points that came up from, as you went down in the interviews to more of the stakeholders, that they could see the technology is going to be important to make this work and communicate between all the different groups. Incremental food hub growth is a preferred approach, but advanced features and services are desired for the long term. So basically, it may start off as a very basic food hub, but in the long term, it would they'd want it to advance forward to offer more services. There's concern and skepticism over the suitable food business structure and governance models, like not-for-profit, for-profit, government-operated, social enterprise. From most of the things that I've seen is a food hub has to be generating some kind of profit for it to be charitable. And in any case, you can't rely on grants and all those kind of things. It has to be sustainable for the long term. Food safety regulations and lack of certified food supporting facilities are holding producers back, making it difficult to grow our businesses. Those are comments you hear from mostly small producers in many cases, but the regulations are things that are difficult for many people to work around. Makes it difficult for people using local community kitchens to access their food because the food has to stay actually stored at the location, I understand. And for them to be able to access it anytime when they need it, it can be difficult. Exploring investment and equity options for the community stakeholders. It could be things like, out of the in-person meeting we had, there was interest in having CDIFs, for example, or community investment into something like this. And looking for private development investment funds and the community investment. And then a profitable food hub is the only way to ensure the returns for the producers. The location is key, producers are focused. So you can see there's a wide range of comments and thoughts on this. And Tom, I'll let you talk about the next one.
Sure. So this was a specific question this is a specific question we asked in the survey, and it was something to the tune of how should the District of Lunenburg support either the further exploration or the implementation of a food hub. And you can see the results there on the bar chart is that very few said not at all. Very few just said sit back and encourage the private sector. A few more said providing some organizational support for the creation of or the scaling up of a not-for-profit to run the show. The highest selection was the provision of a land or a building for this type of facility to start and then grow. And then secondarily was the provision of financial support. And as you can see, there are some people that think that you should own and operate it and do everything. But I know that that's an option that is probably less attractive at this particular stage.
So just to wrap up here, you've been all given, I think, the video of the 26th explaining food hubs has been circulated, and the opportunity is there to learn more. We were just trying to give you a feel for what's come from the engagement right now, and it is all over the board pretty much, as you can see, but we're trying to filter it down. Our next steps are, I'll just look at the conclusions here of most of this. There's a general lack of, understanding of food hubs and the associated opportunities and how food systems work. But as I mentioned, as people get more educated, they warm up to the opportunity and they see what it could be for them. Producers desire having greater access to customers and security in their marketplace. There's a need for more available supporting infrastructure to process and value add local food products if you want to grow some of the food industry here. There's a one-stop centralized food product service to aggregate, market, distribute to customers appears to be what is needed. Opportunities exist to expand the local food opportunity to supply schools, institutions, restaurants, social good NGOs, and retail grocers. And there are expectations that the District of Lunenburg will have a role in establishing a food hub, but not necessarily a lead role. The project investments should be the result of a joint effort by all stakeholders, and step-by-step growth towards the advanced level food hub would best serve food producers, buyers, and community needs. And those kind of are just the general overall feelings of the report, of what's been learned so far. Tom, I'll let you just talk about the next.
Sure. What happens next is Gary, myself, and the team, some of the folks who are actually watching at home, the owner and operator, principal of Third Sector, Chris Pellemus, is recovering from a surgery and wished he could be here. So a little nod to him. But we've got to sit down and make sense of a lot of this stuff. Use the whiteboard, get it all up there, further identify some of the nitty-gritty themes or the one-offs that are coming up that do still have some planning implications. So what happens next is Gary's got a few discussions, some important ones to wrap up in the next week or so. Continued analysis and assessment of our findings and engagement feedback. Some further discussions with our steering committee group and getting the opinions of staff as well, which starts tomorrow. and refinement of conclusions and final reporting. And to that end, we do anticipate having a draft, which will be sort of, we'll tell the story of the feasibility study, but it'll be supplemented by all kinds of appendices, which include raw survey data, depending on how in-depth you want to go in your analysis of what we've done. And we do anticipate having that around the end of the month or within a week of that. So I guess at this point, we would open the floor for any questions that you might have relating to a food hub or our process or anything having to do with the project.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I see we do have some questions or comments, starting with Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You had mentioned that this is not the only study for food hubs that you've been involved in. Can you tell me if you've seen parallels with other studies, knowing that we're in the right direction, or have you seen things in other areas that didn't come here? I don't want to be totally different than somebody else, but I want to be able to do something that has parallels with someone.
Well, I think food hubs tend to be very community-oriented in nature because you need the stakeholders to come together to do it. The different ones that I've seen over the years are basically where you can pull a group of people that can't get into a particular market together to work together collectively so that they can focus on producing their product or their food, and they collectively market the product. If you look at any of the major aggregators in the valley right now, they all started small at one time, and there were collections of small farms that couldn't get into markets on their own. They were shut out from those markets. Collectively working together, they were able to hire someone to market their product and connect up with markets, and that allowed them to grow their businesses. And some of the largest vegetable producers we have in the province started that way not that long ago. Most communities are starting to look at it. Food hubs are really still starting off, I guess, fairly new, kind of in the new version of them that's coming along. I'm not sure if I can really say that there's a whole, anyone there that in particular that would be like this exactly.
Councillor Smith.
I'm wondering what's going to come back with the draft report. Like, can we expect that you're actually going to answer some of the questions like, do we have enough producers? Those are the questions that I struggle with because, for example, the workshop at Best Western, it was really energizing. I felt like there were some very, engaged people there, excited about the possibilities. But then you sit down and you think, okay, but do we meet a certain threshold? And I guess in your response to Councillor Bell, I'm hearing that maybe it's about like at what scale would we start,
right?
As opposed to whether we would do it or not.
No, I would agree with that, Councillor Smith. It's going to be the scale you start off with, and it could be very small, and it's just a matter of pulling, maybe it's a half a dozen people together and helping them facilitate their way to markets, and maybe it's only for part of the year as it starts, and if there's an opportunity out of it, then they can develop those markets, then they keep adding on to it. And it's really almost looking at an agriculture strategy for the region, because you're the fifth kind of largest agriculture county in the province, and the land has potential to do things. The climate has potential to do things. It's probably more the market or the infrastructure is missing in a lot of cases, and I think as some of that starts to grow, you could see more opportunity. It takes time for some of those things. It takes people to invest in it. It takes a vision of this is where we want to go. But otherwise, you're really relying on food from somewhere else at some point. And the industry has shrunk in recent years. It has a lot in Nova Scotia. in production capacity. But the opportunity is here. An example could be abattoirs and things in the region, make it easier for fresh meat to be available. And if it's available, then it could go to restaurants, it could go to stores and those kind of things. People have the land that they can grow hay here and forage, and you can raise those kind of animals. There's technologies out there today. I mean, theoretically, you don't even need land to grow some crops now with vertical farming and the things that are taking place like that. So I think it's really, you're going to scale. And from what we would bring back is we're going to show, this is what we heard, this is what we've researched out, this is what a food hub needs to be successful, this is where you are in comparison to that, this is what we think if you were going down that path you'd need to do. Okay?
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming to talk to us today. I think the challenge that I'm having, I think there's a whole world of neat opportunities for this food hub. The part that I'm having a hard time with is understanding exactly how this is going to address food security. I think most of us who've been to markets know that they're not necessarily cheaper by any stretch. So more availability of the same price point, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
One of the things I think you're looking at when you're looking at markets that you tend to go to and saying that they're not necessarily cheaper, you're not looking at the whole big picture of all the products that are actually produced in Nova Scotia. I mean, if we look at, you know, our eggs, our poultry, our milk, all these products are produced in Nova Scotia. You just don't see them at the market typically as you're going through there. So you are getting those local products. It's really giving people the capacity to grow their businesses bigger. People aren't going to, on speculation, say, I'm going to plant another 10 acres of something or do this if there's no market opportunity. So a food hub is a process of connecting producers with a market and giving somebody an opportunity to grow. And it has to be the stakeholders, you know, getting together to be able to do that.
Yeah, I certainly, in fact, could you guys bring up one of the slides that you had? I certainly believe in this from a producer point of view. That didn't, with all respect, really answer my question. But okay. If we could bring up one of those slides, and it was regarding what other foods, maybe back another slide or two, this right here. So desire for broader access to diverse food options, ethnic, vegan, gluten-free, organic, specialty foods, doesn't sound to me like individuals who are facing food scarcity.
And those are, if you look at the survey, those are from the general public surveys where those comments came from mostly. So that's where sorry.
And I was just going to say, they certainly wouldn't have been coming from probably the people that were, the 15 of the respondents that said that they've been food insecure in the past 12 months, for sure.
And they wouldn't have been coming from the interviews from most of the producers. That wouldn't have come up. That's almost like a few exceptions that came up there.
So do we feel like we've had some input from those individuals who are really facing that food scarcity?
Well, we're doing our best.
Oh, I'm not being critical of that. I'm just, it's a tricky thing, and
Yeah.
getting data is tricky, but it's important. I think if part of the goal of this is to deal with that issue, to not overlook it, to not let it slide through.
Well, I think the people would probably say that it's an issue of income issues, that people can't afford food. And Food Hub's probably not going to change that one in particular, but it could help create more access to, for example, if you look at food banks or you look at you know, organizations like Meals on Wheels or those kind of things, they have to buy a lot of food. They spend a lot of time running around out to grocery stores trying to get stuff on sales. You can only buy so many things, so multiple people have to go in to pick it up, and there's a whole bunch of times like that. Now, if a food hub could maybe help them get products at an affordable price, like maybe a wholesale price or something like that, then it saves them time, it saves them effort into doing some of those things, and it could help get more food out to more people that way. I think if you're trying to get more local food into people, you've got to create the infrastructures to support the growth of agriculture, and that has to be and I think If that grows, then you'll find that there's more charity, there's more food available for these other programs as well.
Mayor McLean-Weil. We'll come back to Councillor DeLong, then Councillor Smith.
Do I get to pick when I go too? Yeah, no, just thinking about your comment about how do we grow farming businesses, producers, and so forth. I'm married into a farming family, and what I hear from them is that to grow a small-scale farming business, you need to have value-added products. And so having a test kitchen, having a place where small-scale farmers can come and grow those products and do that value-added, like not just having the kale, the leeks, the whatever, but having something that they produce with those products. I think that's where the value is here as well. So I'm glad to hear that that's something that you're bringing to us.
Yes, and there's definitely a lack, it's just in general, even in Nova Scotia, like of co-packing facilities, so people want to do something different, that they can test their ideas without investing in factories, and to allow them to go forward. So, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, mine was just, I just had a comment. I didn't see anything about food waste. And it was something that came up in a few conversations around the food hub that I've had in the community. And I think also it was mentioned at my table at the workshop. But I was surprised by how much, how many crops don't make it to market. Right. And the hope that this would address, make more use of the food that's grown and get it somewhere, because, that one day a week at the market is not really sufficient for moving all the food that's grown.
Well, a lot of, for example, food banks and organizations like that have relied on, if you want to call it food recovery or food product rescue. Food rescue is the word I'm looking for. The issue that we've seen from different things we've worked on is that's starting to dry up a little bit, because what happens is the grocery stores are getting, okay, if there's a lot of waste, they're tightening up on their production, their products. You see flash food sales, all these kind of things. And that starts to reduce it going out to these other organizations. And just over time, some of those things are getting less and less. Farmers are being a little bit sharper on what they're doing in the field, and they're finding different markets for some of the other products. So some of those things that are waste, I'm not saying that there isn't food waste, because there's huge food waste out there in the world, but some of these opportunities for these organizations to get it are getting more difficult. So
I can at least speak to my conversation that I've had with Feed Nova Scotia, who basically just conveyed the same thing, is that donations are getting fewer and farther between, which means they're having to do a lot more wholesale buying themselves. But they're also looking at their model critically and trying to move to one that's more socially entrepreneurial than just pure charity based, because of the climate for donations right now being a struggle.
Councillor Brooks.
One of the things, and I don't know if we can consider it, but I've seen in a similar producer-partner relationship before, where the producers are incentivized for example, in lieu of rent or in lieu of use of that space, that they commit to a percentage of their produce, which is going to help go back into food pantries and be not speculative, but we know that everybody gets good together. So they raise up their what they're managing to produce and sell, and we get a little bit of a commitment, or the community gets a commitment. Just something to explore to try to incentivize that right out of the gate, so we know that that's going to be an issue that's going to get some attention.
yeah, and that sounds like a really interesting model. So it's good.
Mayor McLean-Weil.
Thank you. I waited to the end because I kind of wanted to hear what people had to say, and that I didn't cover something that one of our councillors wanted to comment on. First of all, I think it would be really hard. I don't even know how you identified that you could have emerging conclusions from this. And there's a couple of reasons I say that. And it's not critical, it's just that I think this is a really complex collection of information that is dealing with a number of issues. One being food insecurity was a topic that came up a lot from all the groups you spoke with when you read through the results. Food insecurity. Second one, availability. Food insecurity and affordability, I think, are two separate things. So the affordability of food, food insecurity, access to food, and fresh food, local food is one issue, affordability. And then you move to the structures of expansion of farming operations within our community and supporting agriculture. That's another theme. Then you have this is all emerging out of the food hub. So I think it's going, I look forward to your report because I think you have a very challenging job to be able to ferret this out in a way that is useful to us and gives us some direction. And I hope that in doing that, you are clear to us who should do what. And the reason I say that is we talk about the affordability of food for the consumer, but the issue around farmers is the economics of farming, which I know a lot about. And the reason that you've got this push and pull between the affordability issue for consumers and the ability of farmers to make a living that's reasonable and allows them to invest in what they need for equipment, buildings, and infrastructure, and feed their families. So I think the complexity of the farming enterprise is grossly is misunderstood and grossly underestimated how complex that is by the general public. And it is for many industries. The users, the buyers of the products have little idea about what goes into the production of it. And food is something that we need every day. It's an important part of our existence and our culture. So we are all experts about it. And I think that's a challenge in trying to find the right balance here between what's reasonable to think about. So I hope in your report, in your conclusions, that you will be clear about separating out these elements, because from what I looked at, it's really complicated, and I'm not sure I see a clear path other than to being able to recognize that there's a huge interest here, generally from the consuming public, like if you break it out by groups, from the consumer public about supporting local, about having access to food, and all of that. But I think there's a disconnect between the understanding of what that takes from the farming community to actually make that work. And on the other hand, I think we have to look at what our farming base is in this community, which is quite different than it is in the Annapolis Valley. We have probably 15, maybe stretching it to 18, what I consider large farms that can deal with addressing the wholesale industry, whether it be Sobeys or any of the major chains that we have. And then we have a huge number of what I call the emerging farms, younger, many of them are younger people who've gone back to farming or found their way to farming. And they are at a stage where they want to manage their farm themselves. They don't want to have labor. So they're trying to extract, from an economic point of view, a retail price for what they produce, not a wholesale price. And so that's a very different model than those 15 to 18 farms that are selling at a wholesale price, have scaled their operation to a wholesale level, and then we have this large group of emerging farms that really are focused on getting a retail price for their product and built their farm around that, and maybe, I think it's in your notes, does not have a desire to get beyond that. So it is complicated. And I don't really have a question other than I've thought a lot about this and what your report is showing here, or, the kind of data you've collected. And I think there are many elements here that if we think agriculture is important in this community, for us as, the decision makers around some of what can impact on this, where is our role in this? And really, we need to make sure that we've got a farming and agricultural community that wants to step up, to step into this. And I don't know that we do that yet. This isn't a feasibility study. This is an exploration of the opportunities. But I think that's a very key piece here is, do we have the farmers that are going to step up here and want to be engaged in this? Because we have very divergent streams of agriculture here, and that's good. That is a good way to have a strengthen an industry. But I think the economics here of whether we have enough to sustain this is, I'll be interested in seeing what you report to us.
No, I don't think I could have summarized that any better. Like it brought all the issues that have, to me, that have been emerging out of this information. And what we've given you here is just, this is a smattering of the comments and things. And I think to take what the mayor's saying and down and figure out what that model might be, or if there is one, is going to be the key part to this all.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, through the chair, and building on what the mayor said, one of the suggestions I'd had regarding this hub before, and I think it might address some of that different price point, is trying to explore the CSA model a little bit, and those smaller independent producers who are not going to sell at a wholesale price may find different pathways with this community-supported agriculture and a membership service where people are comfortable with perhaps a different price point, and it's a different relationship with the producer than with a larger wholesaler who's needing to buy a grander amount that many of these producers simply can't make. So I hope that as we keep talking about this and talk to the producers, we tease out if that's something that's even interesting to them, if that's a way that the hub could be a place to facilitate that or help facilitate that.
It definitely is a possibility, and I've done a lot of looking at CSAs over the years, and there's we're definitely looking at that could be an opportunity. Okay.
I'm not seeing any other speakers, but it sounds like we'll be seeing you back again in our council chambers in the coming weeks to discuss your final report. So we will see you then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't take their mouse.
All right, we're going to go down to 9.2, Administration Department, 9.2.1, Lunenburg County Accessibility Plan, 2025-2028. And we have Ellen Johnson, our Regional Accessibility Coordinator, here with us today.
Okay, I might need a person to get me to the right spot, if you don't mind. I'll stand. I'm okay to stand. I just need to get to where I need to be in the presentation. Is that mouse related to that?
Is that your presentation? No.
No.
Oh, okay.
On the desktop. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Do you want to tap that? Yep.
Okay. Is this attached?
And I wonder if we can have, yes, it's attached.
Screen.
Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, let's see if I can make this do what I want it to do. Okay. Great, so I've been here before talking to you about accessibility, so hopefully you're aware of the Accessibility Act in Nova Scotia, which was came into effect in 2017, and that act requires that each municipality have an accessibility plan. And so our original accessibility plan for the region, so including all 5 municipalities in Lunenburg County, was submitted to the province in 2021. And the update to that plan, which is an obligation under the Act, is due on April 1st, 2025, so in just a few weeks. So we've been working on this update to the accessibility plan as a region for several months now. And you have the copy in your agenda package, so I'm hoping that everyone has had a read through it, because I'm not going to go through point by point. But I did want to start by giving a little bit of detail about the statistics of who we're actually talking about when we talk about people with disabilities in our region. And that is partly included in the plan under one of the pages on disability in our community. But since I wrote that part of the plan, I was able to get a little bit more information from Engage Nova Scotia. And, one of the big challenges of doing work around accessibility is that we don't have a lot of data. We don't have a lot of local data in particular, and we certainly don't have recent data. So the main information we are using to figure out how many people have disabilities and what types of disabilities and kind of what their experience is comes from several years ago. So the Canadian Survey on Disability, for example, that gives us our statistics. So we know that 37.9% of Nova Scotians report they have at least one disability. And that comes from 2022, and it's quite comprehensive data. So we think it's quite accurate, or possibly underrepresentative, because it doesn't include people, say, who live in long-term care facilities, on reserve, that kind of thing. But again, it's from 2022. And then we also, I mentioned the Engage Nova Scotia data that I'm going to share in a moment, and that's from 2019. So we really don't have a lot of really recent information, and that's why our public engagement over the last few months has been so helpful and so important. So I mentioned that 37.9% people in Nova Scotia report having a disability. And I wanted to share, what types of barriers people face who have those disabilities. So, of that group of people, the top 3 types of disabilities that people experience were 58.6% of people in that group reported facing disabilities related to the physical environment. So we're talking about buildings, outdoor spaces, that kind of thing. So that's quite a number. And 49.4% reported barriers in communication, and 38.2% reported experiencing barriers related to just attitudes from others. So, ableism and other sorts of issues based on people's lack of awareness or understanding of disability and accessibility. So I wanted to share that information first because it really does, explain a little bit or kind of validate what we heard from the community locally. And to add a little bit to that, the Engage Nova Scotia data we were able to get recently, actually yesterday, does talk, they were able to narrow the area down to Lunenburg County and Queens County. And so that's as close as we can get to really local data. And they have kind of this way of describing their data or breaking down their data where they look at one group compared to another group. So they were able to pull a report for me that showed the difference in responses and quality of life responses for people with disabilities in our region versus people who didn't report having disabilities in our region, and then tell the difference in kind of a percentage. So I wanted to highlight a few of the examples. So people with disabilities in Lunenburg, Queens, were 37% less likely to report their community having excellent service to meet their needs compared to people without disabilities. Another example, 19% less likely to report trusting local government, 30% more likely to report not feeling they have a say in what their government does, 49% less likely to report feeling they're better off due to government's programs and services. So these are just some examples of how, the barriers that we talk about with accessibility, with disability, actually play out in the quality of life and the experience of the people that we're talking about. So I wanted to give that kind of preface before I get into what's actually in the plan. All right, it's gonna go page by page, okay. I'm not going to go every single detail, but I did want to just give some kind of highlights. So we have our acknowledgements, and that includes our Indigenous land acknowledgement, a recognition of people of African descent or African Nova Scotians in our province. And I did want to highlight the last section there is basically just what the Lunenburg County Accessibility Advisory Committee says at the beginning of their meetings, which is an affirmation of accessibility as a human right, as it is presented in the Accessibility Act and also at the United Nations, and a recognition of intersectionality. So a recognition that people with disabilities may have other identities that also mean they face barriers in the world. And when we have a combination of those identities, then those barriers are often magnified or compounded for those people. All right, we have our basic introduction, which just talks about what I've talked about before, the legislation, the fact that we had a previous plan, and our what we believe. So this section is very much the same, pretty much the same as what was in the 2021 plan. And the changes, and you'll see this kind of across the plan if you compare the 2021 versus the 2025 version of the plan, you'll see that the language has changed more than the content, I guess. And that was intended to make this as easy to read as possible. It is a document intended for the public and intended to be understood by as many in the public as possible. So, for example, we have definitions of these kind of principles that this work is based on, and they've just been, they're essentially the same as they were in the last plan, but just described in a more plain language kind of way. And the only one that's added that was not there originally is intersectionality, and there are several reasons for that. One is that it comes up quite often. The Accessibility Advisory Committee has recognized that as an issue for the work that they do. And also, we now have not just the Accessibility Act to respond to from the provincial government, but we also have the requirements under the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act. And so there is kind of a necessity to be thinking more broadly than accessibility with that laser focus like we may have done in the past. All right, so I have a glossary of terms, which I'm going to skip right over, but you have that in your package if you're interested in reading that. Blank letters from Mayor's Dunwarden, which is why you have not seen this letter yet. It is drafted, and that's the only piece that's missing from this plan that will be added before it gets submitted to the province. We have evaluation, so lots of need to continue communicating and engaging with the public over time. and also making sure that we're reporting back to them, and that will be done in an annual report that would be available both to councils and also to the public. And this is the page related to statistics that I already talked about. Okay, so there's some information about our progress. So we have the committee, the Accessibility Advisory Committee, that continues to meet and does provide feedback to councils, especially when they're given things to review and provide advice on. And also, since the last plan in 2021, the Regional Accessibility Coordinator role has been created, so that's my role currently, and has been made a permanent position as of the fall of 2024. I mentioned the importance of doing public engagement in preparation for this plan update, and so we did prepare and distribute a survey. We did not get a huge number of responses, and it wasn't really enough to do a lot of, statistical analysis, but there were quite a number of open-ended questions, which allowed us to really kind of pull out some of the information that individuals were sharing about their experience of disability and accessibility in the region. And then that was also combined with in-person engagement sessions. So there were 11 of those, and several of them were done in coordination with the regional anti-racism and diversity coordinators. We had quite a range of people who, some reported that they had disabilities, some did not, some we don't know. And so it was a really, really broad group of people who participated in this. And I will say that everybody who participated in the survey either had a disability themselves, was a representative of an organization representing people with disabilities, or had a very close relationship with a person with a disability, like a family member or a close friend. So we know that the people who responded to that survey were really speaking from a place of experience. All right, so the next several pages really outline some of the key findings from that public engagement, and they follow along the 5 categories that we've used that are kind of the key focus areas. So that includes our information and communications, goods and services, transportation, employment, and built environment. And, we had a bunch of commitments in the last plan. And what we heard, the survey in particular was designed around the commitments in the last plan. And what we heard is all of those really are still issues. So we know that we've made lots of progress, but there's just a huge amount that still needs to be done. And I think you heard, from one of the presentations earlier about para hockey that, attitudes and kind of awareness is one of those pieces that we really have not done as much as we probably should be doing, or we haven't recognized it as big an issue as it is. And so that is one thing that has been added to this plan, and I'll get to that in a moment. But the key things are laid out there in these few pages. And I would say, of all of them, some that really came to light through the interactions were things like recreation and some of the challenges. It's not just that there aren't enough recreational opportunities, but that there are other reasons why people might not participate. For example, not feeling like they can trust the staff, and not because the staff aren't great, but because they may have had experiences in the past where it hasn't worked out, and that make people kind of hesitant to try something new when they're not sure if it's going to work for them. So there are kind of all kinds of reasons why people might be hesitant to participate, even when we do have some more accessible recreation programs available. And I'll highlight another one is parking. So parking came up quite a lot as something that people had issues with, like the design of parking, finding parking, accessible parking, that kind of thing. So that came up over and over, as well as active transportation, so sidewalks and lack of sidewalks, that sort of thing. So, one person said they didn't feel comfortable leaving their driveway without being in their vehicle. Like they didn't want to go with their mobility device because they just didn't feel safe on the shoulder of the road, right? So if they didn't have access to a vehicle, they just didn't leave their home ever. Okay. So I mentioned the areas of focus. So these, again, are those 5 areas plus the category of awareness. And these all have a statement around connected to them, which is really kind of this bigger long-term goal associated with that category. And, there's an understanding that, we're not going to get there by the end of this 3-year plan, but that's sort of where we're aiming for. So this section is entitled Priorities, and it really goes into 28 priorities that are basically the guide of, how we came up with the actions that come next for the region. But also kind of the guide that the municipalities themselves have been using in order to create the actions that they will do individually. So again, these are a bit bigger picture than the action, so these may not get done in the 3 years of this plan. In fact, most of them are carried over from the last plan because they are pretty big, and it does take a lot of time in order to meet a lot of these address a lot of these issues. But that's why we have the actions. And there are 17 actions, and you'll see them all listed here that are specifically for the 5 municipalities to collaborate on. And they are associated with one of the priorities. And, they're things that the intention is for us to work together as the 5 municipalities. And that's a way to kind of share resources, decrease the duplication of effort, and be a little bit more consistent for the people who typically don't really often notice when they're going between municipalities, right? So to develop some consistency there. And so I wanted to just pick out a few of these kind of next steps. So the first is, I talked about the actions in this plan being regional. So those are things that we will work on kind of at a higher level. But each municipality also needs to have its own plan. And that is in District of Lunenburg, is combined kind of, it's being dealt with at a kind of a staff level in a kind of broader equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility kind of way. And so part of what's required, what will be required in this plan is to make the accessibility stuff public, and each municipality will be doing that as well. Another thing that will happen is I mentioned the real difficulty around getting appropriate data or helpful data. And so, one of the next steps is to try to support more, helpful data to support this work so we can make better decisions about what we do with the resources around accessibility. And then also just to be able to continue communication and engagement with the community, and in particular, people from other equity deserving groups. And that's in there because, looking at the survey data, we really didn't see very much when, we did ask demographic information, and most people did not identify themselves as being from other equity deserving groups, even though we know there's lots of overlap, and some of that came out in the Engage Nova Scotia data that I could share with you. and also particular groups of people with disabilities. We didn't hear much from people who are blind, deaf, or have intellectual disabilities. So it's really important for us to kind of go back and make sure we've not missed big chunks of types of barriers that, you know, in that first go around of engagement data. And I'll just finish off by saying, you know, at the end, we do have each municipality provided a summary of the work that they've done to improve accessibility over the past few years. And it's really pretty great to read through the things that each municipality has done, everything from parks to, you know, washroom renovations to just like painting the nosings of stairs to make them more visible. I know Mahone Bay has been doing all kinds of just like painting trim to increase contrast, like these really small things that make a big difference for people who have particular types of disabilities, and for everyone, which is kind of the point of universal design, which is what a lot of this work kind of boils down to. All right, so that is a summary of, there we go. A summary of the plan, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much for that, and for anybody listening currently or after the fact, there's much more details in the agenda package. It's amazing, the work that's gone into this. Is there any questions or comments from council? Mayor McLean-Weil.
Thank you for the report. My question is around our residents who are living with intellectual disabilities, because we are now in the midst of a move to place people in community as opposed to institutionalizing in larger settings with lots of people under one roof. Now people with intellectual disabilities are being placed in community, and I just wonder the impact of that in terms of how we can access input and connect with the barriers that this may present, given that this is a significant move in our community when traditionally we would institutionalize people with intellectual disabilities, and now they're living in community. And if you could just comment on that.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So you're referring to the human rights remedy. And so that is a move to relocate folks from institutional settings back into community. And there's a huge amount of work happening, a big restructuring of kind of that whole provincial part of the provincial government to support that work. And we have connected with the folks in that part of the provincial government to make sure that we're sort of on the same page with them. And they're still sort of in the stages of figuring out what this will actually mean, how many people are in particular regions, because sometimes people, you know, before were moved from their home community into whatever bed was available, right? So they may have been moved out of their home communities and might want to come back. Sometimes their families have moved, and part of that whole process of that relocation and replacing people in their communities of choice is that it is a community of choice, so they're part of that process to decide where they're going to go. So some of the conversations we've had really focus on, you know, what is it municipalities can do, and they don't have clear asks for municipalities at this point. Just because they are still fairly early in the process of people moving. But some things that have kind of come up are things around transportation, right? So if you're coming from living in an institutional setting and you want to have more independence and you're living in a community now, then like how do you get around? How do you participate in the community? So transportation has come up as one of the potential barriers that people are going to face. And also, again, getting around. It's not just the people with you know, who have intellectual disabilities, but lots of people with physical disabilities as well, or combinations. And so we also need to think about our built environment So when we do have sidewalks, when we do have buildings, how do we make sure, that's one of the barriers, right? Because sometimes, I mentioned those statistics before, that's the biggest barrier people are still facing. And it's the one of the few barriers that's actually costly, right, to change. So I would say those two have come up, and like I said, I'm definitely in contact with people who are doing that work in the provincial government and can sort of make sure we stay in the loop with what's happening with them.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you for coming to talk to us today. I feel personally like I need to say that I'm very supportive of access. I need to follow that up by saying my issue with both the provincial rollout and the way we're about to roll this out is how we go about it, not the end goal. I've been advocating at the provincial level for us to adopt more of the process of the ADA, which isn't absolutist and does have a whole host of ways to examine case-by-case studies. I'll ask you now, as I asked at the provincial level, what businesses did you consult with and business organizations did you consult with in crafting this regulations?
Do you mean the actions that are in the plan?
Nope. I mean, when you crafted this, did you consult with businesses, business organizations, the people who are actually going to be having to make changes in order to implement this?
Well, I would say, the actions in this plan are specifically around municipalities. So we don't have anything that says businesses need to do anything in particular. There is one mention of businesses, and that's in the section around public engagement and the key findings. And, one of the things that came up very frequently is that people didn't have access to businesses because of accessibility barriers, but we didn't have any actions specifically related to that, except because it is kind of beyond the scope of what the municipalities have, strictly speaking, have control over, right? But one of the actions is to create a plan about community awareness. So that would be like, talking about or figuring out, so we haven't done the plan yet, but the action is to create a plan, and that would be a way to communicate. For example, it might include something like what funding is available for businesses to increase accessibility and for them to understand the business case for that. So I would say that is what I can say, to answer your question, because I don't think there's anything in here that specifically focuses on requiring businesses to change. Now, I will say, at the provincial level, the built environment standard was just released last week. And so there will be changes coming for that, and that's across the board, but that's not anything that, as a municipality, we have a lot of control over.
Councillor Smith.
So with this, will there be like an implementation plan and kind of budget asks as we go? That's my first question. I have a second question if we have time for it, but I'm just looking for, like, what's the process as we move through this plan? I know some things are already in the budget around parks, but for example, I look at something like the website. Has that not come to us because it's for further down the road and it'll come in another year's budget? Or I'm just trying to picture how it works.
So one of the kind of what we have in mind with that budget, there is, I'll use the website as an example. There is a accessibility website already that we've had since before I started, and it's a bit cumbersome and not super accessible. And so the idea is to change that website. And so in the, that transition, rather than creating a second website for the anti-racism and diversity work, it seems, cost effective to have kind of one website that houses both of those things. And so that is actually included, that first stage of that is included in the budget that would have come to you partly under the accessibility budget and partly under the anti-racism and diversity budget. Under probably public engagement is probably the title that's under. And that continued, maintenance of that or like next steps in that would come in future budgets. So anything that kind of made sense to put in that first year, especially some of the public engagement stuff is already in that budget. But the rest, the next step here is to create kind of an implementation plan for the regional action. So that would allow us to say, okay, during this year with the budget we have, kind of as we've projected a little bit, this is what we will do within that first year, and then be able to request that in the budget for next year and the following year, because this is a 3-year plan.
Our deputy CEO has some comments as well on that question.
As Ellen has pointed out, regional costs get approved annually in our budget, so that's in the administration department budget. And in the past, it has often looked like it's just the salary figure, but as Ellen's pointed out, we have things like website costs in this year's number. That's just for regional costs. Local costs for our municipality appear throughout the municipal budget because we've embedded accessibility as something that occurs throughout the organization rather than a standalone within a single department. So you see in our summary of progress, the District of Lunenburg actually did accessibility upgrades to its website in 2020. So that's not in your budget this year because it's already been accomplished for our website. And we got a very high rating by a third party to assure us that it was accessible. And then some of your bigger actions are strategic priorities of council. You think about public transit, which is going to be a major feature that will have direct tangible benefits for residents living with disabilities. But it's not necessarily outlined in your budget specifically as like an accessibility budget. It's an improved public service, which has a direct impact.
Do you want to ask your supplementary question?
Yeah, well, I'll just follow up on that and say, it is depressing that the engaged statistic, I forget what it was, but, I think it was something like 49% of people with disabilities don't feel like local government makes their life better, or there were a few statistics there. It'd be nice if we could communicate, where in the budget are we putting money into accessibility? And I mean, the plan is great and definitely speaks volumes about the work that you're doing and that we're doing in the municipality. But anything we can do to boost, that awareness of the money that is being spent on accessibility and its impacts might invite greater trust.
Yeah, and I'll respond to that. There was a page in here that did have a budget kind of breakdown, but we didn't have our budget approved at that point, so I couldn't, in good conscience put it in there. But it did break down not exactly what the numbers are, but, what type of thing that different costs were being allocated to, like public engagement, things like that, but just the regional stuff, which would be different than, the local things that District of Lunenburg is doing. So yeah, I would agree.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. This is a detailed plan / report, and let me compliment you on the proposed submission presentation to the province. There is one question I do have, and that's on the cover, your very front cover, where you, I notice on the right-hand lower corner, you're using the all logo when we decided that we were going to try to use a more enhanced inclusive logo. I don't know if that was just missed or...
That was missed, yeah.
Okay.
I don't always get the memos.
It's not a criticism. It's just trying to make sure you have the best report possible.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments? We do have a motion that recommends this to council. Is there somebody willing to bring that forward? Councillor Smith.
To the Chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Council that Municipal Council approve the Lunenburg County Accessibility Plan 2025 to 2028 as presented.
Do we have a seconder on that motion? Seconded by Mayor McLean-Weil. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Brooks. Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to present that. We will recess for lunch and return at 1:30. Welcome back, council members and staff, members of the public. We're going to move along in our agenda and jump down to item 12, in camera, and looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved by Mayor McLean-Weil, seconded by Councillor Moore. All those in favor? Motion carried. We are now in camera.